Yes, yes, yes. Welcome, one and all. Welcome, 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 welcome. This is Right Along Live, election night in Grenada. And all indication, guys, it's going to be a big one. We are at least 1 hour before the official closing of the poll. We preempted the closing of the poll because we do have broadcasters all over Grenada. And tonight is a big night in Grenada. The entire world is locked on. Everybody is watching this broadcast because it is such a big election, right? In studios with me, I let me introduce. We have to start off the broadcast. We have two of our analysts who's going to kick it off. We have the opposition leader, Mr. Tobias Clement. He's in studio with us. And of course, Mr. Joel Greenwich, who's going to be helping us putting this whole pieces, putting all the pieces together now in this big election. Joel and Mr. Tobias Clement, welcome to the live. How are you guys doing today?
Well, first of all, I just want to extend a special good evening to you and audience via social media. I feel very excited. I feel very excited today. It's a special moment. In my opinion, it will be a historical moment and one that we all will be proud in terms of the outcome of the upcoming general elections. So I anticipate the final results, but what I can see from my observation thus far, the people came out and they demonstrated that they value the importance of voting, and we can see by evidence of the amount of persons who would have actually got registered, the new voters. So I'm super excited.
Yeah. I mean, listen. In all indication, what we've seen. I went to the stadium. I went to the south. I went all over the island and get a feel as to what happening. And in all indication, every single poll that we went, every polling division that we went to, there are lines all over. So it's a massive turnout. And also, it was predicted that it would have been a big turnout because there was actually an increase of 11.77% in the total population of voters this time around. So we anticipated that it would be a big turnout, and it turned out to be exactly as predicted. Mr. Tobias Clement, he is very instrumental on the panel here with us because Mr. Tobias Clement would understand what is in the minds of the candidates at this point in time. They've been doing the canvassing, they've been looking at the numbers, looking at the runners, they know what's happening. So Mr. Tobias Clement is going to be very perfectly placed to give us some information as to what is happening at this moment. Mr. Tobias Clement, welcome to the live. How are you doing today, my brother?
Thank you. Thank you again for having me. And let me say a pleasant and good day to all of our people who made a Caribbean, those in the diaspora. I say it is a good day in Grenada. It's a bright and sunny day. And I do believe that democracy will work for us today. You said, I've been around, I've been looking at the turnout, and the turnout is a good one. I'm anticipating probably maybe in the 60 or 70 percentile range. If that is good, then we say that it is a good way for democracy in Grenada. And like we say, let the chips fall where they may. And I could even preempt you and say that so far it has been a peaceful day in terms of the behavior of our people. It means, therefore, that we have matured to some respect, and I applaud my people for that. And we still have probably about 50 minutes remaining before the polls close. And those of you who are stragglers and you really want to go, remember, poll closes at 5 o'clock today.
Yeah, yeah. Poll closes at 5 o'clock. So those of you who are didn't make it there yet, you still have about what? About 50 minutes. About 50 minutes. Get on the bus, get in your car, and go and vote. It's very, very, very important. But in terms of the large turnout, Toby, in terms of the large turnout that we see here today, and the numbers have not yet started to come out, but we know that they are large turnout. Does that ring good for the incumbent, or does it ring good for the NDC? What do you think?
Well, in my judgment and in my experience, I do believe usually the excitement is created by a new political entity. And if that level of excitement is there in terms of new voters and large turnout, that would favor the underdog. And so, but then again, you have to look at the political landscape of Grenada. Both sides do have the base that will come out, what, hell or high water, they will come out. And so we have to look at that. I know from my education where I came from, we tell our people come out and vote and come out early. So you know that sometimes if you see that indication, it means therefore that maybe one side have it or one side could be getting it. And from what I'm hearing from on the ground, as if they just don't know. But the figures from the canvassing will tell you what these numbers reflect and who these people are.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Guys, again, you're watching a live broadcast. This is election night in Grenada. We are here at our HQ. We just want to do an audio check to make sure that everyone is hearing us fine. So let's do a quick audio check. If you're hearing us fine, if everything is good on your side, let us know. Let's do a test. Visit check your side as well and make sure that audio is good. Everything is sounding good, because the idea is to ensure as soon as the numbers start to pour in, guys, as soon as the numbers start to pour in, that there is no glitch, there is no problems, there is no audio problem, there is no visual problem. We still have a few more minutes before that time, before that actual time. So we want to make sure that everything is good right now. So give us a heads up if, okay, Toby, Toby's mic is low. All right, they're saying Toby's mic is low. Your mic is number 3. Let me make sure. Toby, test your mic again.
Testing 1, 2. I think,
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, okay. So let me make sure Toby mic is good. Let's fix Toby mic and make sure Toby mic is good. Again, guys, give us a cue and let us know if you're hearing us good, if everything is good. All right, let's know if everything is good. Yeah, everything is good. Election night in good. Everything is good. Give us a thumbs up. Give us a thumbs up. Give us a thumbs up. All right. We're still checking to make sure everything is good. The guest is sounding kind of low. All right. Let's make sure that they position the microphone properly. Joel, bring your mic up a little bit more. Yes. All right, guys. I'm telling you. Now, let me give you guys a graphic. And one of the graphic that you have to keep looking at is this graphic on the screen. This graphic on the screen, guys, it represents is the official dashboard, right? As soon as the numbers starts to come in, and that would be by 5 o'clock. We got a word from the election office that by 5 o'clock, the numbers would come in and the numbers would start coming in quickly, right? So by 5 o'clock, we expect that the dashboard will start to populate, and that is in about the next 50, say 40 minutes, 45 minutes again. All right. So in that time, you'll see the dashboard start to populate. Toby, let's try your audio one more time.
I will give it a little time after 5 because the poll closes at 5, and I remember in St. George Northeast, where I was the candidate in 2018, the smallest polling division had like 141 voters. So by 20 past 5, that was when they started, finished checking and they verified. So immediately after 5, the numbers will not just come in directly, but we will have to wait a few minutes for counting and verification before we start getting those numbers. So I anticipate maybe about 5:20, thereabout, depending on the size of the polling division.
Yeah, yeah. Let me ask you, we're seeing a huge increase, right? We've seen a huge increase from the registration from last election to this election, Toby, and you the experienced one on the team. What do you think preempted that increase in every single polling division? There is the increase came from what 8% to 15% in St. David. There was a total of about what I believe it was 18.95% increase. 18,
But
18, yeah.
it's a reflection of well, maybe the health of our democracy. But when you look at the numbers in terms of the registered voters, usually from one election cycle to another, you will find that, remember that you have to check the young people from 13 to 18 will finally be able to register because they were not registered before. So most of the increase you would have seen is new voters, younger people that are coming of age that are 18 to register. Usually it would hover around 9-10%. But in this numbers game, when you see 11, 12, 15 or 18%, then that would well, two statistics stand out there for me. That is the South with the 15% increase and St. David with the 18.22% increase. The South because the South have always traditionally had a greater increase because people from the rest of Grenada tend to gravitate to the South because of employment, because of job, because of everything. And the South is quite a large constituency. St. David's too, it is becoming very close to the south of the country. So a lot of people will gravitate to St. David.
The South and St. David's are usually the two biggest constituency in terms of the number of registered voters. And it used to be St. David's, but the South has long passed St. David's, I think, in the last two election cycles. And I think it will continue to grow that way. So the numbers in terms of the increase in percentage show, I say young people, but it can also reflect that the parties are at work. It is incumbent upon you as a candidate to make sure that those people who are not register, and those people who have come of age to register. So that is homework and groundwork that you have to do long before the election starts. So it could be a reflection of both, in terms of people coming of age and in terms of the candidates or the party going on the ground and working to register your people. So that is what I see by those numbers.
Yeah, and last election, and you could give me your feedback from last election. At about this time, there were candidates that were already speaking and basically saying or knew from the canvassing that they would have already won based on the canvass numbers. Are you surprised that, or are you hearing any candidate or any campaign speaking, any chatters as it relates to the canvassing numbers at this point in time? What you hearing?
In the history of our Grenada politics, I think 15 constituencies, so far you could maybe immediately take off two. St. George's Northwest and St. Mark, traditionally so. St. Mark and St. George's Northwest have been in the camp of the new National Party from since 1984-85 up until now, and it has never gone.
All right, guys. Sorry about that. We had some audio problem. You should be hearing us a little bit better right now with a little bit of a latency, but the audio should be fine. Give us a thumbs up if you're hearing me right now. We are in a new studio setup, so the audio challenge. We want to make sure that that is fixed before the numbers actually start to come in. So give us a heads up if you're hearing me. If you're hearing everything fine, Toby, let's check your mic one more time before we start.
I'm good. I'm good. 1, 2, testing.
All right. Okay. Good. 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 All right. So audio good to go. All right. Cool. So we're good now. Joel, your mic again. Again, it's important that we get all of this kinks out of the way.
Testing.
All right. All right. Good to go now. Good to go now. Good to go. All right, guys. Toby, so they didn't hear the last thing that you said as it relates to the time frame around this time. So last election, people was already saying, well, yeah, they know they won already. But we not have you been hearing or seeing anything from the ground?
Moved around and I have made some calls, and the level of excitement that you have had in 2013 and 2018 vis-a-vis the new national party and the candidates, I do not know. Sometimes they say the silence can almost be deafening. I think the night is pretty young. We might be in for some surprises, and so people are holding their breath, and I do believe that I would not make any calls because the campaign is still election until 5 o'clock. Then I will be free to say what I have to say without coming up a fall of the law, so to speak. But again, when the numbers start to come in after 5 o'clock, like I was saying, 5 o'clock doesn't mean that the numbers will come in immediately, because they will have to take time to check, to count. And the counting would at least take 15 minutes and sometimes an hour, depending on how big that polling division is. I think for St. George's Northeast, the Tempe polling area in St. Mary's probably would have over 1,500 voters. And while you go to Constantine, they might just barely have just under 200. And it is counted manually by people, it is verified, and it is signed off. And so until that is done, that is when the numbers will start to come in. What we can get is just preliminary numbers from the people who have canvassed the list, and they can give you a ballpark figure and say that we won this polling division by so much and so much, but then they will still have to wait for the numbers from inside of the polling division to come in. Because sometimes you might see a supporter go into the polling division and you might say, okay, they're one of us, but maybe when they get behind that curtain, they might just change their mind. It happens from time to time, because when people get behind that curtain, they do have serious reflection. And maybe it is a time when they do have serious reflection. So you can only verify the numbers by the returning officer when they send it in, and we will wait for that. But let's watch and see what is going to take place and what is going to happen.
Yeah, Joel, I see you being very patient with your comments, but you know that you've seen the numbers. You're looking at the numbers here, and you're obviously seeing that St. Andrews, St. Carrick, who increased by 11%, 11.49%. St. Andrews Southwest, 8%. In St. George South, 15.91% in total increase. And there are more women than men, as we see on the list. St. David's increase up to 18.22%. Joel, in your humble estimation, what's driving those numbers?
Well, first and foremost, what I would basically say, for the first time in recent history, especially among our young people, there is that great sense of enthusiasm. The policies and plans put forward by the National Democratic Congress has really inspired a lot of young people to really want to come forward and really be part of the democratic process. Even quite interestingly, the new voters over the years, you found that once someone turned 18, they did not have that sort of political awareness or that desire to vote. Most times they would vote on their second or third elections. But for the first time in recent history, you found out that a lot of young people were really following the rallies, they were following the town hall meetings. Some of them even participated in those meetings. And what I am seeing happening, especially among the young people, is that higher level of consciousness. The fact that young people understand that they have a responsibility to vote and to really make that sort of informed decision around election time. So what would have sparked that interest in the youth coming out to vote is the fact that you had a leader that was young, a leader that had charisma, a leader that had great ideas and vision and was able to connect with the young people. And I mean, you could have seen it by evidence when the leader showed up in different communities. Even the smallest child wanted to take a picture with him, wanted to shake his hands and just sort of connect with him and stuff. So I thought that in itself would have been the catalyst that would have inspired so many young people to go out and get registered, and also showed up this morning and as we speak right now, at those polling divisions to vote.
Yeah. Again, guys, this is Election Night in Grenada, right along live, bringing this broadcast to you. And we also have to say, guys, it's early. The poll have not officially closed as yet, but they've been canvassing happening for the entire morning. We went to different areas to see the lines, and we even saw the Prime Minister when he went to vote at around the National Stadium area. So the indications, what we're hearing is that there were and there still is a huge turnout of this election. People came from everywhere. The total population of vote is up to 87,503. That's the total population with 285 polling divisions. So in about 35 minutes, guys, the polls will close and we will start to see the numbers populate. Toby, I want to speak about the anxiety now, because you've been there, you've done that. At this point in time, what's going through the minds of the Prime Minister? What's going through the minds of Dabrio, Emmeline Pierre, and all the candidates right now?
I think you should know that the candidates, they might have started since about 3 o'clock this morning. Because you have your machinery, and you have to get up at that time to make sure that your people are stationed at the polling division before it opens, because you have to, when they check the box to make sure that it is empty and everything, everybody should be there. So you start at 3 o'clock, you call people, you tell them, get up and get going, or you have to wake somebody, because you might have had Joel here number, but therefore you would also have to have his family number too, so that when you call Joel, if you don't get him, you could get someone that is close to Joel to wake him up and to get him to that place. So the morning would have started since at 3 o'clock. And you would send out your people, because you as the candidate, the buck stops with you. Yes, you have your campaign manager, but you have to still come back and verify. And when all is locked in and all is said and done, then you may have gotten an ease, but the ease don't come, because you would have to ask yourself the question, how are the lines looking? You have your runners, you have to make sure that they're on the ground with the vehicles and everybody that is designated to bring out 2, 3, 5, 10 persons. They are on the ball to bring out those persons, and you have to get on them to make sure, go and find Jane Doe wherever she might be, so that you cross out, because everybody, all the street captains would have their quota of people who they would have to bring to the poll, and make sure that if you don't bring to the poll, you're responsible for letting your supporters come out and vote. And so from 3 o'clock right up until 1, 2 o'clock, and then you might have seen. And right now, you still have to be on the ball at this present time to make sure that the stragglers, because you have half an hour remaining, and Jane Doe, she has not yet voted. Where is she? Somebody find her, and so the anxiety, the tension, and it will lull a little bit, because you would have been getting, I would have been getting indication as to what the canvas reporter is showing, and if I could rest comfortable, or if it is a squeaker, or if I'm home since 12:30. And so the candidates, I mean, you hear some people say that how by 11 or 12 or 1 o'clock they know that they win already. Something is awry. Nothing is awry. If the canvassing is done right, and you know who your supporters are, and your supporters come out in mass droves and vote for you, then you can safely say that the election is won at a certain point in time. So that is why I said before that election has to be won long before election day. And so that tension now is in the mind of the candidates, that they hope that the canvassing is right, and they hope that the people did not switch the votes inside of the polling station. And then you're waiting on that numbers now. And that is after 5 o'clock, between 5 and the beginning of, that is when tension sometimes be the highest. I mean, if you prick a guy with a pin, you may not even get a drop of blood, And so you have to have what they call a strong constitution to go through this thing, because it is sometimes it is wrenching. And if you're in a mood where it's almost you must win. In this election process, there ain't no second place. We just take all, and that is what it is. But you still have to live with yourself, regardless of what the results will be, and respect your opponent, and let the voices of the people be heard. The voice of the people is the voice of God, they say, in the democratic process. So it's a time of high anxiety, I can tell you that. So everybody will just have to take a deep breath and wait on the masses.
At this point in time, does Dr. Keith know if he win or lose the election? Do you think that he already know the possible outcome of the election?
The way that we have done election in the past is that if all the electronic data is correct, sometimes by 12:30, 2:30, 3:30, if by 3:30 or 3 o'clock you do not know where you are, that would be the night for you. You do not know. But constituencies that are sure, they would call early in terms of the numbers that come in to the headquarters, because yes, you have your headquarters in your constituency, but then all the numbers go to the party's headquarters, so that they can analyze the numbers, and they could tell you whether St. George Northwest is in the house, St. Mark is in the house. They may not be worried so much about St. George Northwest or St. Mark, but the other constituencies, they can tell. And sometimes those canvassing is done long before election day. And so candidates would have a fair idea which polling division they would have to work on, and where their weaknesses and strengths are. When that is determined, then you could, okay, let me leave out, I'm good in polling division 1, but in polling division 7, I would have to do some extra work there to at least close the gap, or bring it home, or narrow the gap that is there. So it's a lot of science that goes into it, and it's a lot of stress, a lot of pressure. And again, the anxiety is off the chart.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so we have a reporter, Amandel Sampson. She is in Simoon, and she's checking out that constituency right now. As soon as she comes up, we'll bring in her video. We're not seeing her video yet up on the screen. We also have a reporter in one of our reporter in Grenada. So we're gonna go and check out what's the latest in Grenada as well. Let's check out Simoon. We got Simoon right now. This is a shot of Simoon. That's Emmeline Pierre constituency, and they are. I mean, Amandel, are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you, Junior. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Give us a report. Where are you, and what's happening right now?
Right, so right now I'm in the industrial park. There's a police station. I think it's the Arctic Lodge right there. So all this gathering that you're seeing are people gathered past the 100-yard mark.
We're not hearing you too clearly at all. Hold on one second. We're not hearing you too clearly at all. The audio sound kind of far. If you could just speak up a little louder, closer to the phone. To the phone. Go ahead.
Are you clear now?
No, we're still not hearing you clearly. Again, guys, we have a reporter. She is right now in Simoon, and we clearly could see that is in Emmeline Pierre constituency. There's a small gathering of people, probably waiting to celebrate or whichever it is. Mandel, are you there? Are you able to hear us again? Hear us still?
I am hearing you, but I'm not sure why you're able to hear me.
I'm not hearing you properly. Okay, so just log in, log out, and come back in. All right.
Okay,
Or you could keep your video, so we could get an idea of what the Simone looks like right now. Clement, talk about the sure seat for NNP, or the seats that NNP need to take home.
In the whole scheme of our democracy, it's let's say first past the post, and all you need to win this election is 8 out of the 15. And so I think from historic point of view, you could, like I said, you can always call St. George Northwest and St. Mark. These two are pretty much safe. The others, I will not want to make any calls, but they would have to get 6 more to make it that 8. And any of the other 13 can make up that 6. That has always been the call. And I can also say that if you look at from since 1995, NNP won the election 8-7. And one constituency that has always been in the camp of the new National Party was St. Andrews Northeast. That is where Kate Skeeter is. And so that is 2. And since 99, Carriacou has always been in the camp of the NNP also. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and they might need 4 more. If probably they are able to take up 2 more in St. Andrews, 2 or 3 in St. Andrews, probably you can almost say that it can be home free. In terms of the other constituency like St. John, I think in 2008 they were able to take up that seat in St. John, but it came back to NNP again. If you look at the from 95 when NNP had won the 8 seats, you have looked at the tongue of St. George, you have looked at St. George Northwest, you had looked at South St. George, and I think these were the 3 seats in the South that they have, or NNP has traditionally taken up. And I do believe, looking at it now, again, you can almost think that the tongue of St. George must be, if they cannot pick up the tongue of St. George, then a lot of difficulties can be had by NNP. So I think that is one that they would have to look at. The South, maybe St. John's, and there you go, St. Patrick's, East and West. Who I can't say.
Yeah, I made a error earlier. So Amandel is in Simon, which is Kate constituency, not Emmeline Pear constituency. All right, so she's in Simon Kate constituency, and she will advance until she see if the Kate is there, and we could get an interview with the minister, and see what else is happening in Simone. Amanda, could you hear us and feed us back some video if you're on the ground? I was still waiting on that, guys. Let me just update you guys that the poll will close in exactly 20 minutes. In exactly 20 minutes, the poll will close and we'll start seeing numbers immediately. As soon as the poll closes, we'll start seeing the numbers quick. We got word from the election office that this process will not be drawn out. This process will be very quick. Samson, are you there? Are you hearing me now?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you better. Go right ahead.
Okay, great. So we are in Simoon, and yes, as you corrected yourself earlier, it's Kate and Tessa Sincere's constituency. So this area is practically in front of one of the polling stations, which I checked, it was quite vacant. So the people are practically gathered at the 100-yard mark, because once you voted, you know you're not supposed to go back towards the polling station. So they're just there sitting. I suppose they're waiting to see who's going to come in within the last 20 minutes of voting, because polling closes at 5. So they're just having fun. Some people are drinking, and I think they're going to be here for the rest of the evening. I've checked some of the other stations, and it's the same atmosphere. People are just liming around the area and just waiting. The excitement is quite ripe outside, and I suppose it's going to get very, 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 very more exciting as we move closer towards the counting of the ballots and results later on this evening.
Any sight of Kate is? Are you seeing the minister? Are you seeing anyone there that you could speak to?
No, the minister isn't here as yet. It's just community members. I'm not sure if she's gonna pass by or if she's at another polling station. So as we move around, hopefully we'll be able to catch her or catch someone in the opposition on the NDC side. So we'll look out for some people that we could speak to as time goes by.
Thank you so much. I want you to stay on point right there because something will happen, and as soon as it happens, we'll get an opportunity to get it there first. Let's come back in studio because we're now joined by one of our other correspondents here that will be reporting and analyzing the scores here. Janice, welcome, Janice. How are you?
It's good to be here, Junior. I've been all over. At this point, I can safely say that I've been almost around the country. And the atmosphere, the mood out there is one of anticipation. It's one of excitement. It's people are just happy to get this day over with, if you can call it that.
Yeah.
So I think it's where everyone is looking forward to the final 18 minutes of today, winding down to the polls closing, and then we go from there.
Yeah, and listen, as much as we love the election, as much as we like the hype, I would be very happy when it's all over. And I guess a lot of people would agree with me. But Janice, we were speaking yesterday, right? And we was comparing some numbers right here. As you walked around and you checked out what's happening in the various polling divisions, what are you seeing with the turnout? I know you was in St. David's. How is the turnout in St. David's?
Turnout is larger than usual. That much I can tell you. There are a lot of women voting. There are a lot of young people voting. A lot of young men are voting. I met some guys this morning in St. David's who were actually at the point of agitation where, because they were there at the polling station since 5:30 in the morning, and somehow the process was so slow. It was almost 11 o'clock and they were still in line, and they were starting to be like, yeah, we came out here and we want to vote. We don't really want to leave the line and go. We want to vote. but this is taking so long. In the end, they stayed, they pulled through, and they cast their ballots. So I think overall, the numbers are, I think, bigger than last election cycle in terms of registered voters and turning out to the polls. And I'm sure in the last 2 hours, the lines might have swelled somewhat because this morning we had the morning rush and then people left and went about their business. Some were calling for transportation to come into the after the crowd died down, and then coming out of work this evening. I know a lot of folks went to work with the intention of coming to vote after the workday or leaving a little earlier to go to the polling station. So I think I was impressed by the crowd this morning.
Yeah. Let's go to Grenans, guys, because in Grenans right now we have Mr. Colin Campbell, who is somewhere in Grenans. Colin, welcome. Where are you exactly, Colin?
Right. So I am junior. I am at the government, the Cali's government school location, and definitely, it's a slow trickle of people coming in to register their vote. I'm sure this morning it would have been packed here, but with me I have, a first-time voter, and I would really like to just ask her about the process. Really, could I bring her on, Junior?
Yeah, go right ahead, Colin.
Wonderful. All right. All right. Say hi to the people.
Hi, people.
All right. So just tell us your name.
Okay, so my name is Demi Cuffy.
All right, you're a first-time voter. Let's speak about the mechanics of, voting for the first time. What was it like? What was the process like for you inside it?
So it was very easy. I thought there would be a bunch of people here, but actually when I got here, I was in front of the line, so I went in right away, and I was in and out, I think, in less than 5 minutes, literally, yes.
Less than 5 minutes. So, were you nervous?
I wouldn't say nervous, but I didn't know exactly how the process went. So when I went in there, I just asked them, I told them it was my first time, and they were very nice. She explained how it would be done, how to tick next to whoever you're voting for, and it was very quick and easy. Nothing hard.
Thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you so much, of course.
All right, Gina, well, there you have it. First-time voter saying that the process was quite easy, nothing too difficult. So back to you.
Yeah, Colin, what do you say? What do you think about, or what do you think about the lines there in Grenans? Have you seen a long lines? Because at this point in time, about 13 minutes before the polls close, are you seeing long lines? Are you seeing people waiting? Are you seeing people rushing to get to the line?
No, actually, it's quite calm here. I was first beyond the 100-yard line, but obviously, we cannot do broadcasts within that parameter, so we have to be outside. But currently, as I'm looking here, it's just a slow trickle of people just coming in to cast their ballot. It's not a rush. There's no long lines. I believe that the long lines would have been this morning because I think Grenadians were a bit proactive. They got out early to vote. I think as early as people are out as 4 o'clock, 4:30, 5 o'clock. So right now, I just think it's just a slow trickle of people, just a few remaining people coming out to cast their ballot.
Nice, guys. This is right along live and election night in Grenada. The poll is about 12 minutes before it closed. 12 minutes before it actually closed. Colin, you drove through Grenans. You drove through the Carenage area. You to get to the location there. What do you think? What do you think about the vibe of the people? Are you seeing excitement? What's happening in that area as you transverse through that side getting into Grenans?
All right. Well, quite surprisingly, Grandance, the traffic in Grandance was rather, well, there was pretty much no traffic. I find that was very, kind of odd. But I saw some excitement happening in the River Road area for some reason, I don't know. But coming down into Grandance, I think I saw some traffic on the Morris Bishop Highway. But here it's just rather calm, really. Nothing crowded.
Right. I don't know if the panel have any question for Colin. He's over there in Grenans. Again, Colin, we appreciate you doing great work over there and continue to report. Any question there from the panel for Colin over there in Grenans?
Not really.
No. Okay. So Colin, what's your next stop?
Right. Well, from here, we definitely would like to visit some other polling station within the vicinity. And definitely, once I have something to report, I'll definitely inform you to go live again.
All right. And when you come back on next time, Colin, just turn your audio gain on your end just a little tad bit up. It's a little bit low, so we could fix that properly. Guys, this is Right Along Live election night in Grenada. The poll closed in exactly about 11 minutes. 11 minutes, the poll closed. Let's take a quick commercial break and we'll be right back.
After 2 years, we are back.
We want we own carnival. We want we own carnival.
One stage, over 20 entertainers, all the elements of mass. It all comes to life.
Jab not working on Juve.
Lava Man and friends, I am Mass. Limited early bird tickets of $30, regular tickets $45, VIP $300. More at the door. Get your tickets now. Tickets available at gotofed.com or all your regular box offices. Gates open 11 p.m. The ultimate mass experience. It's more paint, more powder, more mass. And after, it's the breakfast. Stay tuned for more details.
And we are back. It is election night in Grenada. Guys, we are nearing that time. Yeah, we are nearing that time. Poll will close shortly. And in a little while, we're going to start getting the numbers. Well, at least access to the official parliamentary election office data, because the numbers will start to trickle in. We don't expect it to be trickling in at exactly 5 o'clock. We expect that it will take a little while to start going in. But however, we will start seeing a shift. We will start seeing the numbers moving. The dashboard, as you can see, it's still 000 and nothing yet because we have no data. The poll has not yet closed. And that's where we are at the moment. Guys, let's talk about this because I know Tobias because I spoke to other candidates before, and at this time, people know who won already, right? At this time, the prime minister know how much seats. Everybody should at least know because the canvass is already went to the second stage. So, do you think that the prime minister already thinking about if to write that victory speech or that concession speech? It didn't.
There are some constituencies that they would have probably a good feel as to where they are. But in this election, I do believe that there will be some constituency that is too close to call. So unless you can call confidently 8 seats, then you would have to stay put and wait. Now, what you would have to do now is to find yourself at the campaign headquarters of the different candidates for the different parties. And that is where you will see and feel a lot of tension until all those numbers are called. So until those, because I do believe from what I'm saying, there will be some very, very close calls. There should be some very, very close calls. And so you almost have to have the numbers above that percent error to make it a call. I mean, if you are 10, 15 points ahead, then it might safe to call. But if you are somewhere within that range, you may not be able to call it. 5%, positive or negative? I say no. So you have to be able to have beyond that limit. Because, for instance, if you say, okay, the numbers show that we are 51% in favor of the person with 51, would you call it as a surety? No, because you have to have that 5% margin of error. So you have to look at it that way. But if you are at, say, 40, 60, yes, you could say that you're safe, or 55, 45, you are safe to make a call. But if it is close in terms of the numbers, you would have to wait for the official count to call it, and not just by your canvassing, because your canvassing would come in with errors in it.
Yeah. How heavy does the candidate, or what's the margin of error the candidate mark their canvassing? Is it like a 2% margin of error, 1% margin of error?
Well, for this, in my experience, you have to have it more than with a 5% margin of error. If there is a close link between you and your opponent within that 5%, then it is almost up for grabs. There can be a little bit of surety when there is a wider margin, 7, 10, 15%, then you could tell yourself, yes, I can operate with that. But if there is a 5% there, within separation, 5 degree separation, you should not call it. So that is where it is. Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, we're probably just about 5 minutes into closing time. As a person who's been in this position, what is the feeling now? What are the candidates going through? What emotions are running through them?
Well, there could be many. One, well, the one that I know really and truly is anxiety. Two, there could be a sense of relief also. If your canvassing is done right, and you know what the numbers are, and the numbers are favorable to you, then there is a sense of jubilation. And the thing that for me on 2 occasions, although I won by 160 something, 102, 190 something, it was still that anxiety. And people would be calling you, people would be coming to your headquarters, people would be looking for you as to the same questions that you're asking.
Everybody's looking.
Everybody is looking to see what happened and where it goes. And what I do think, though, what I do think, I mean, for the candidates themselves, you have to have a strong constitution so that you could at least make it through the night and through the morning. And the thing about it, winning is one. And it's a system where winners take all, like I said, no second place.
There's no second.
And because there is no second place, the sense of dejection that could be felt. That's why I wonder, and I spoke to some of my friends on both sides, that you would have to have people that would counsel you, because here you are as a candidate and you put everything into it and you did not get that outcome that you were expecting. And so we would have to keep close to our friends, so that we have to be mindful, because dejection sometimes can be long lasting. And for people, it is hard and it is difficult. This is why I tell people, really, for candidates who put themselves up there for service and they were not successful, we have to continue to treat them as brothers and sisters. We have to continue to treat them with the humanity that are in them, because we all cannot be winners. And sometimes, I remember from the last election, one lady came up to me and said to me, "Mr. Clement, you are so happy now that you beat Nazim Burke." And I said, "No, I mean, I might have won, but what about the other person who is at the end of the losing end?" We also have to remember like I said, the humanity in them. And by all means, we have to embrace our winners. But this is a time also to embrace those people who were not successful. I'm not saying losers, because you can lose, you maybe lose the numbers, but in your mind you can still be a winner, because just to go through that process and to have that experience of an election process, it's life changing. It's an experience that you can't pay for, and so there are many attributes to winning, and so I would say that they have gained something that maybe a lot of us will not have gained in a lifetime, and that is the experience of being a candidate. So that is where it is, really.
I've heard one of the comments I've heard a lot going around in the various parishes, various constituencies, is that this election is different. Why would you say that people are thinking that this one is different?
It's Well, for some people, and I think for some people, probably you look at how the election campaign ran, they just had probably less than a month in terms of the time span and the intensity of it. I look to and I think I have suspected some level of aggression in terms of the young candidates and the vibes that were shown. And I think I spoke publicly about it that in our discourse we should act respectable because I did 3 campaigns before. And, I don't think I've ever seen where people's posters or the face and the disrespect that was shown and the level of animosity that was shown to some people. And sometimes not between candidates and candidates, but just supporters. Supporters and supporters. And regardless of where the chips fall tonight, we have a country to build. And I say again, we have to learn to live with our fellow men. We have to learn to live with our brothers and sisters.
But we do.
In Grenada,
the only time this comes around is election
time.
and Soca Monarch.
And not only that, but it lasts for a little while. A couple of months there, you will not be speaking to your neighbor or your brother.
2 weeks
but
to be back.
I hope that after the end of it and the dust settles, we will come back to where we were and live in harmony until the next election cycle again.
That's how we do it.
So
one of the admirable things about Grenada election is that we usually don't come to blows.
No.
In a lot of other places, people die because of general elections.
Yes.
But in Grenada, we live in the same household. We support different parties, and we're good. Right. As long as we're not talking politics, we're good.
We're good. I say politics and religion, the 2 things that people should not get into for disagreement, because who can say?
We agree to disagree.
We agree to disagree. And this is what I said earlier. I congratulate our Grenadian people on the health of our democracy.
Yes.
The level of participation by all and sundry shows that we have come a long way in our democracy. And so let the democratic process work for us. And it will continue to work for us. I think it was it Abraham Lincoln who said that while it may not be perfect, but so far it is the best form of government that we have, democracy. Yes, that's what.
Because it's practiced when election season comes around. Everyone participates.
Yeah.
Even at the primary school level, the secondary school level, they'd have like mini polls in there, and the children get to vote.
Well, I did something today that I do not know if it is done in Grenada. I went to vote, but my 10-year-old son, I took him with me, and he came into the polling because I saw it done in America. I saw it done in Texas, where parents would take their children. So it's a form of training them in the democratic process. Why is it that we do not instill this in the minds of our children so that they would have, when the time comes to register, they will go and register because I want to vote. Daddy or mommy took me with them in the poll. It is not illegal. So I took my son with me in the polling, into the polling station. He watched the process, he saw the process, and he said, it is real easy, that the voting process.
Did he tell you who to vote for?
No, he did not tell me who to vote. Actually, they voted yesterday in St. Mary's. So, but I would not call that. So he did not. But the whole process was there. That it was open. He saw the process, and so hopefully that he would come to understand and value democracy.
I agree. I totally agree that it's something that we should educate from a very, very young age. Junior, time check on the...
time check on the poll. Yes, the poll has been officially closed. However, the database, the site with the data is not populating on the Parliamentary Election Office as yet. And as soon as that starts to populate, you'll start seeing it right here. Stand by, guys. We are in full control of the links. We have the links. We have the access, but it has not given us any data as yet. And as soon as that is done, we will make sure we have it up on the screen so you guys could see. All right.
It will take some time before the numbers come in because they have to count now. And the counting is done manually. It's not electronic counting.
Yeah, plus they have to take out the votes that are not valid. They have to separate the spoiled votes, as we call it, from the authentic ones. And so it will take a few minutes for the information to start coming in.
Yes, because I say from my experience in St. George's Northeast, my smallest polling division was Constantine. I think at the time was just below 200 votes thereabout, and within this, by 5:17, I was able to get the results because my agent inside, but then where you have a place like Tempe, where some divisions are up to 250 voters there, or 350 votes. Less than 200 votes will take less time to count than 350. So depending on the size of the polling division at that particular station, then you would know. And then again, it's manually counted, so people would take some time there. But it's better to be late and get it right.
Get it right.
And within the election process, it must be right. Now, if the numbers and it is a squeaker, as we are saying, maybe we can anticipate recounts. If the numbers are close within a certain margin, I think it might automatically trigger a recount. So, if it is as close as they're saying,
Because emotions are high, passions, and people believe, everyone believes they can be the winner. Recounts are sometimes necessary.
Yes, but you do have to fall between a certain margin there. If it is very close, then I think you can go through the process of asking a recount. But again, I do not think people knows, but for every constituency, there is a recount because it's not done the same night. But I remember I had to send my agent a day after or the next 2 days to go into the headquarters in the constituency, and the other agents are there, and they would recount all the votes.
Accurate numbers.
And before it is certified and verified. So at least you know that recount is done. I mean, there are times that I would send my agent, and my agent would be the only one that shows up at the recount. I mean, whether or not you ask for a recount is always done.
Yeah. Guys, let's go back to Colin Campbell. Colin Campbell is again with a report. Colin, where are you right now?
All right, Junior. Again, good evening to your viewers and listeners. I'm at the Grenada RC School. Remember I mentioned earlier that there was a stream of traffic, parked cars actually on the highway. So I ventured in. It's still, still a trickle, a small amount of people coming in, to the last bit of voters. But I was able to have a chat with one, and she's willing to come on just to talk about the experience. So I don't know if you just indulge us for a minute. Bring on Miss Thomas.
Hi.
All right, Miss Thomas. So say hello.
Good afternoon, Grenada.
All right, Junior, you could hear me, right? You're hearing me loud and clear?
Yeah, we could hear you, Colin. Go right ahead.
Right, wonderful. All right, so this is not your first time voting, all right?
No, I voted twice already.
Twice already. All right. So what was today? What was the process like? What motivated you to come out? And what time do you prefer to come out and vote?
I'll start with the time. So the time I prefer coming out would be evening time, and my preference would have changed from going early in the morning and realizing the lines are so long because everybody wants to go around 5. Yeah, so I went out this evening, and would you believe there was only 3 persons before I voted, right? So in the evening it's actually better, it's less hassle and stuff like that. So maybe next time you're voting, you should go in the evening time, anytime after 3 o'clock, you should be fine. Yeah.
All right. Was it like that in the prior 2 times that you voted, or it was a mad rush?
It was a rush because it was during the morning time, and I finished something like about after 11. I stayed really, really long in the hot sun, but now I think the process was really quick. When I got there, what they did is that they confirmed your ID before you go in, and once you do that, The lady at the desk, she explained and everything. What you should select. I didn't even know that it had a staff, but whether it's house, staff, or hearts, she folded the paper, and then you go to the corner and you mark your X where you want to mark it, and from that, you bring back your paper, folded, of course. She tear it off. You dip your finger in ink. Don't mind mine. I just put some bleach. It works wonders, right? You dip your fingers in ink, and from that, she asks you to hold it into your left hand and place it into the ballot box. And it was that quick. It was that simple, and it was fast in the evening time.
All right, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. God bless you.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Juliet. Here we have Ms. Thomas. She was just, taking us through the process of voting. I think it's a beautiful evening. Not too much hassle, and I think a lot of people appreciate just not having to wait in the hot sun.
Yeah. Well, Colin, listen, better you out there than us because we're not in a nice AC. Yeah. No, you in the right place, Colin. You in the right place. I want to be there. So, Colin, the poll closed a few minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. We have not yet gotten access to the data. Are you seeing any lines? Are people still in the lines? All right, all right, we lost Colin there. Colin, we're not hearing you. You lost data there. But guys, listen. So we are waiting for access to the official parliamentary election office data. Poll close at 5 o'clock, and that access will be made available to all media, so we could see the progress of the counting of the ballots. So we'll keep checking, and we're going to check again to make sure. But as of this moment, let me see. The link is not yet active, so all we could do is wait.
Early because I'm reminded that even if the polls close at 5 and you are in the line before 5, at 5 o'clock, the police officer that is there will cut you off or will stand behind that person in the line at 5 o'clock. So if for instance, there are latecomers, then voting may continue all after 5 until the last person votes. So even up to 6 o'clock. If the lines are long,
once they're behind the mark 100 feet.
Yeah, well, no,
it's not 100.
The police officer would make that cut off. Usually, the last person in the line, the police officer. So if you're behind the police officer, you come after 5, it means you can't vote. But everybody that are in line, whether or not you pass the 100 feet, as long as you're in line and the police officer mark cuts it off, then you cannot come in front of that at 5 o'clock. So if there is places where people show up late, then although it is 5 o'clock, then voting will continue until all persons stop vote, and then they would lock the door, and the officers, everybody will be inside there, and the counting will start. And usually the counting will take some time because you have to make the officer does like this, that they open the ballot and they'll show it up to see for the agents to see. Well, this is an X for the house or this is an X for the heart, and they'll put it aside and one by one. Ooh. It is done one by one manually. Every sheet must be opened up and shown to everybody, and then it is marked off until everything is tabulated.
Yeah. Hi, guys. This is election night in Grenada. Let's take a look at the candidates, guys, as we wait for the numbers to populate. Let's take a look at the candidates that is up right now. We have from Carriacou and Petit Martinique, we have Kendra Matthew Stewart, and of course Tevin Andrew. That's in Carriacou and Petit Martinique. For St. Andrews Southeast, we have Emmeline Pear and David Andrew. Head-to-head matchup. In St. Andrews Southwest, we have Yolan Bain Hosford and Lennox Andrew. The NDC candidate there, of course, Lennox Andrew. In St. Andrews Northeast, we have Kate Lewis, Tessa Sincere, and Jessica Ramsey. All right. In St. Andrews Northwest, we have Delma Thomas and Gloria Thomas, two Thomas, head to head. In St. David, Oliver Joseph and Deacon Mitchell and Junior Francis, who is the independent candidate. In the Tongue of St. George, we have Peter David and Claudette Joseph. In St. George Northeast, we have Nimrod Oliver and Ron Redhead and Martin Francois. In St. George Northwest, we have Dr. Kit Mitchell and Jonathan Lacrette. Very interesting race. In St. George Southeast, we have Gregory Bowen, Philip Telesford, and Basinio Nicholas. In St. George South, we have Nolan Cox and Andy William and Montel Samuel. In St. John's, we have Alvin Dabrio, Kareen James, and Mr. What's the name? The name is blurry. I couldn't see it. Sorry, guys. In St. Mark, we have Clarice Modest Cohen and Quincy Britton, Pamela Moses and Dennis Cornwall, and Nigel, the GOP candidate Nigel John. St. Patrick West, we have Victor Philip, Joseph Andel, the Augustine Bornell, and Winston Frederick. That's in St. Patrick West. Now, those are your head-to-head candidates. And in a short while, I'm sure that we will start getting the numbers trickle in. Tobias, I know you're close to both campaigns. You're getting emails and texts. Anything interesting came up within the last 10 minutes?
Not. I have not checked my WhatsApp, but I can. I can listen, and it's interesting though, but I don't know if I can make that call there yet. So, wow.
Can't make that call.
I can't make that call.
Make that call.
I cannot make that call. Yeah. Let's keep the night interesting. If I make that call, election is over.
Yeah, exactly.
The thing about it, and truthfully, there is a lot of talk and there is a lot of noise. And when I always speak about when the dust is settled, and from my experience of the past two elections that I've had, and what I do understand and what I do know is there is nothing that I've seen in place to beat that NNP election day machinery. And so if you're a candidate or if you're a party you're very popular and you do not have that turnout vote election day apparatus, it comes to naught. I remember that I tell people on election day, I did not leave my house until 8:30 in the morning. So well oiled and tuned was my machinery.
That they were working
with, not from 6, since 3 o'clock, wake up, get everybody up 4 o'clock. Everything is prime, proper, ready to go. And the thing about it, even before election, we had, my people had run mock elections. So you run 3 or 4 mock scenarios, big time, and you make sure that they're well trained, they're trained in what to do, the laws and everything. And the people that's supposed to be runners and pick up people, everybody must work in sync. And when that happens, there ain't no way that, and I know that machinery. And if that machinery is still there, up and running, then you wonder why election is won. And I say election is a science, and it has to be treated scientifically. And if it is not done so, you look at NDC losing the election of 2018 and losing the election of 2013. And I say that with Einstein, you cannot do the same thing over and over and over and expect a different result.
Madness.
That is the height of insanity.
Madness.
And so I would hope that something is different this time. Because if you come up against a juggernaut that have that machinery in place and you cannot match it, then you're doing the same thing over and over and expect a different result. I mean, when you think about it, NDC has its base that they will always come out, but that extra, little extra, that is so necessary and needed in the election process.
I have spoken to some people who have not voted in the last few election cycles. And strangely now, they thought this was the time. Not strangely though, but in their mind, this is it. This is the time that I need to make my presence felt. This is the time that I need to step up to the plate. This is decision time, according to them. And I've spoken to quite a number of people who they're not the usual rally type, so you won't catch them in the crowd count.
Yeah.
Even if there's a live going on, you match them on the live count.
Right.
These are people who basically stay away from almost everything politics, but on the decision day, they show up.
Well, I mean, this election is very, very critical. It's very critical in terms of both political parties. I think NNP probably is looking for a third consecutive term, and NDC probably has been out in the what should I say, doldrums for so long. If it is that they go this time and come out empty, how are they going to really get out of that?
The feeling I got today, I don't think that is going to happen.
Well, I hope not.
Because the youthful population, I think the youthful population came out to make a statement. A lot of times we hear of the big rallies and we say, you know what, these children are just attending the concerts, they're going for the bus rides, they're jumping on the motorcades because it's a fun thing happening at the moment. But I think going around today, I saw loads of them in line, waiting to cast a ballot. So a lot of times we say, you know what, the youth and the men.
Are we assuming that the youth would have a preference in terms of political parties? I don't know if we could make that assumption as yet.
No, we're not assuming who they're voting for.
But they came out.
But they came out. We saw a larger youthful population vote today than we have seen in a few elections gone by.
Well, I think the numbers from the electoral office will speak for itself in terms of what percentage of youth under 35 really came out to vote,
Yeah.
you know, and sometimes these are the ones that are more fleeting because you know your 35 to 65 or 75 will every time you're almost sure that they will come out and exercise the franchise. But sometimes our youth become disillusioned and just don't bother with the process. But like I say, if any times you could get participation, then it's a good thing. And we have to train them from small. That, like I remember I took some youths to rally to, and some of them could not vote at the time. And people were telling me, well, why are you taking them? But you see, it's
They can vote in the next cycle.
In the next cycle, they can
Again,
vote.
it's like training your
It's
son.
training, right?
Yes.
And so this is what we have to embed in our people, because you go back to the 70s and you saw how it was done in the 60s and 70s by Gary. And even the Garyites, as they were called at the time, the children would take that line. My mother and my father supported uncle, and I am supporting uncle too.
Why? And you ask them why, and they're just like, well, we's Gary.
Yeah, that's what it is, you know. And so the political process do not just start when somebody turns 18. but it starts from small, as I say, from a child. And so this is why I was happy that I was able to take the little one to see the process of voting. I think all kids should have seen the process of voting whenever they can and whenever you can. It's something that we must practice in this country.
True.
All right, guys. So the numbers from the electoral office just started to populate, and I want to show you guys this because it's as Mr. Tobias Clement was saying earlier. If you could just bring the queue up a little bit. There have been no entries at this point. Bring it up a little bit. So this is where all the winning candidates would show up on the screen. Carriacou, St. George, St. Andrews, as the numbers populate, you'll see it come up right here. This is live from the election office. But as it stands right now, there's no entry. There is no entry in the. It's nothing. It's absolutely empty right now, as you can see on the screen. Is this a normal thing, Tobias, to have at this point in time absolutely no entry on the board?
It is normal. It is. I don't expect the numbers to start coming in maybe until about almost 6 o'clock, thereabout. Because, like I said before, there might be polling stations where people are still voting. Even though polls close at 5, if you had a line, then counting would not stop until the last person vote. And that is when the count would start. And even when the count starts, if you have a polling division with 350 persons voted, then every ballot would have to be opened manually and be shown and be registered and the count. And so until when your every ballot is open and marked off as one or the other and tabulated, so that process will take a while. It takes quite a few minutes. So only how you would start getting numbers in early is those polling stations that are very, very small. Like, for instance, in St. Mark or in the town of St. George, I expect these numbers to come in early because I think these are according to our numbers here, these probably are the two smallest constituency in terms of numbers. And so where you see the registered voters, and depending on the percentage, then I find that the town of St. George, which if you look here, you would see, what is it, town of St. George here, 2,000 voters. Mm-hmm. And in St. Mark, you have, not 2,000, but 3,000.
3,700. Is it 3,700?
3,810. And in St. Mark, 3,700. These are the two smallest pollings. So these here, you would find that in some polling stations in town, we might have 200 people. That will be counted easily. Or St. Mark, you might have 150 persons. But these are the two places where you would see the numbers start coming in early. But in the other constituency where your numbers are large and the polling divisions are large, then they will take some time to count all these votes. They will take some time to count all these votes.
All right, so let's take a look at some other numbers. Well, no numbers actually, because the numbers, as you can see, right, it's 0, 0, 0 all the way through. It's just waiting on the numbers, and we expect this to go to be the same probably up until the next hour or so. But what we were told by the election office is that this process will be done pretty quickly. They assured us that this is not going to be a late 12 o'clock party kind of election where we had to wait into the wee hours of the morning. They're saying that with the data that they're using, with this infrastructure that they're using, the information would be populated very, very quickly. Let's go over to, well, the constituencies. I'm doubtful that there's anything there either.
There are some constituencies that we will find celebration even before the numbers come in. Because the campaign headquarters would have gotten preliminary numbers as how they look. And so I remember from my experience, in 2013, I was in New Hampshire when the poll closed. And Constantine, the smallest, the lady called in and said, Tobias, the numbers was 72 to 39 in favor of me. And the celebration just started and it never ended. And so you win one or two divisions, and sometimes you just set a trend and you just go with it. So even before all the numbers come in, I am sure in some constituencies drums are beaten already. That is how we play it. Because,
I'm sure it is.
Yeah. So while we are here, if we have our ears on the ground, we can hear the drums beating somewhere.
Right. Let's go back in again, guys. The constituencies. Of course, we have the polling divisions in Carriacou and Petit Martinique. I believe that there are. Where's my data sheet? There are a total number. If you could see it on the paper, there, guys. In the smallest polling division in Carriacou and Petit Martinique, have a total of 201, and that is the Dover Government School. That information has not been populated as yet either, and I believe there were indication that when and if the information will start to populate, we might start to see information coming from Carriacou and Petit Martinique before we see any place else. I got that indication that we might see Carriacou and Petit Martinique first. But
how about the tongue of St. George or St. Mark? I think that is where we usually get our first numbers from. If you look at the different polling division for the town.
Yeah, we could definitely tongue of St. George.
13 polling divisions.
Okay,
Right.
here, bring it up on the screen.
Yeah.
Tongue of St. George. Tongue of St. George. You're looking at it on the screen. The Tongue of St. George. That again, it's zero. It's zero. There is no information, no
It
data.
has not yet come up in terms of the tongue of St. George.
No, nothing has come up yet in terms of the Tongue of St. George. It's still at zero. Yeah, right. Yeah, there's no data yet. So it's safe to say, guys, there's absolutely no information that has been inputted as yet on the from the electoral parliamentary election
Look at the
office.
magistrate court, 130 votes.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's
That's
small.
St. John Street.
Yeah. So you see, it's
a small one.
Small
it
one.
can count quickly.
St.
So
Mark
that's
is
what
just
you're saying.
yes. It's a small one, so it will come quickly. Unlike if you have 300 and something. So I expect the magistrate court in St. John on St. John Street there in the tongue of St. George
to come in
very quickly. And the other one that will come in really quickly also is St. Mark.
Yeah, we do have a change. We do have a change, guys. If you could go to the national results, we do have a change in. Let's go in right now. We're seeing on the screen there is 76 vote, initial lead by the NDC. Then we get a broader perspective on that. It's from St. Andrews. St. Andrews, initial, just a small polling division just closed, and NDC is winning that by 76 to 58 votes.
That's 22.
It's leading. I ain't gonna say win. It's leading. It's leading at this time.
So the numbers are starting to come in.
Right.
And
so that's
it's 25 minutes to 6 o'clock.
To 6 o'clock.
25 to 6, and the numbers have started.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, to come in from the smaller,
polling divisions. Yeah.
And the folks on the live are going crazy from that little bit.
No, that is just preliminary. Now you have to wait until the big ones come in.
Oh yeah, but as you said, if you listen carefully on the ground, you will hear some celebrations somewhere.
Somewhere, yeah.
So
yeah.
They got that little bit of information, and
I think the night, I can safely say that the night is young, but it might be filled with a lot of surprises.
I believe so.
It will be filled with a lot of surprises. Oh my goodness!
It's what a night it's going to be. What a day! What a day!
Can I just break for a minute?
Sure.
I need to probably use the bathroom or something.
Yes, guys. So we are live again, coming to you live. We are looking at the first polls coming in, and it's early time, guys. It's very early in the night. It's very, very early in the night, and I know people are happy because they see an initial lead, but that's just possibly the first in all the polling division in St. Andrews. We're going to get more in-depth analysis as to the specific polling division in St. Andrews shortly, but we do see an initial lead by the NDC. Now, in 2 minutes and 37 seconds, the the page will refresh. Now, when that page refresh, Janice, we expect to see some new numbers. Yes, so we do have some new numbers. We do have some new numbers coming in right now. Let's see right now. Let's refresh ourselves because there are some new numbers coming in. We have all indication, guys, that. Huh? All right. Okay.
Do it on the back screen.
No, it's still the same. 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 And okay. All right. Okay. So this is. Let me see. The polling number is, and that's in the St. Andrews Southeast. We have that's the initial lead by Lennox Andrew for the NDC, 76 votes so far, ahead of Yolande Bain Hosford, 58. Again, it's very early times, guys. Very, very early times. The page would be updated and refreshed in just a few. It's very early. And for the folks that are getting excited, it's not even the time to get excited yet. This is one polling division. This is one polling division area in St. Andrews. And there's a lot more. It's going to be a long night. It's going to be a long night. We have back on set with us Joel and Janice. Janice, people are getting excited. People are happy and getting excited.
This has been the mood across Grenada from. I landed on Saturday, and from the moment I got here, excitement is and anticipation are the two words I can best use to describe the mood in Grenada, and it's a mood that is shared by so many young people. You hear them say that they finally found people they can relate to. The generation gap is smaller. So these are some of the sentiments being echoed by young people, and they go into all kinds of frenzy when they see the political leader of the NDC come around and say hi to them and speak with them. And people, I walked with Deacon Mitchell yesterday for some time. We were in the Wester Hall area, and people were just they were running out of their houses to say hello, to meet and greet with the political leader of the NDC. People are really, I guess, liking the energy that he brings. So I am this excitement, this little bit of excitement that we're seeing here online is just a broader reflection of people's feelings at the moment.
And I definitely agree. I mean, in recent political history, I have not seen that level of enthusiasm and excitement, especially among our youth, towards a political leader. I mean, the youngest child, wanted to actually take a picture. I remember I was a deacon and I'm at a meeting, and I think it was either Laurel Ann or one of them there. And a child, I mean, she was 9 years, had the confidence and the courage to step forward and, ask Deacon a question, relating to education. I mean, she was in tears because the emotion, she could not have contained herself, knowing that she was standing close to him. And, just the way he went and he wrapped his arms around her until it's okay, take a deep breath, and she was then able to answer, her questions. And I think that is one of the things that a lot of young people can relate to
Yes, relatability.
And if you look at the history of Grenada, people have always rallied around a leader. More people, when they go to vote in constituencies, sometimes not necessarily voting for the candidate. They're voting because they want that person to become the prime minister. So that is something that we have actually seen in this general election. And I mean, the fact that the new voters, over the years, you find young person, they just turn 18. They're not too enthusiastic to go vote. I mean, but to see those young persons who turn 18, when I went to the lines today and I saw some young persons, I could not have believed they actually came to vote. I thought they came with their parents. until when they were leaving, you saw them, showing their fingers,
I had to ask a few today too. Are you old enough to vote?
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah.
We got some update. We got some update again from that is St. Andrews Southwest. St. Andrews Northwest. St. Andrews Northwest. The NDC candidate Gloria Ann Thomas. She's also in the lead. That is St. Andrews Northwest. Candidate Gloria Thomas is in the lead as well. So that's two St. Andrews seats right now that NDC is currently leading. It's still too close to call. The numbers are very, very small at this point in time. But, however, this is the second seat that is in the lead, early preliminary lead for the NDC. We have Lennox Andrew in St. Andrews Southwest, and now we have St. Andrews Northwest, which is the Gloria Thomas. Now, how important is the St. Andrews seat? The Big Four. How important is the St. Andrews seat for both political parties?
I think the big four in St. Andrews are very, very important in terms of the base that it covers. Taking again into consideration that the NNP runs for women in these constituencies. Women they're planners. Women are planners. They're nurturers. The fact that they're running for women as the big four in St. Andrew, it's very, very important. And I think people like to relate to their sister, their auntie, their mother. It also comes down to a respect thing and how we grew up, and I think it's a very, very important base, and whoever captures that base will start that story.
I agree. I mean, I think the big four in this election will be the deciding factor as to which political party win the national elections. Over the years, you have found that the NNP has been able to dominate the big four. But what I have seen from the rallies and from my engagement with many young persons in St. Andrew area, you have seen that shift, especially among our young people.
Sorry to cut you guys, and I hate to do this, but we have a next update. We did say that the numbers will start coming in fast. In fact, it is. It's coming in very fast, very furious right now. This is what's happening. We just have another update from St. John's. The NDC is also leading in St. John's. No, we have an update from St. George Southeast as well. And St. John. Okay, so the NDC is leading in St. John and also leading in St. George Southeast. Let's look at the national results right now. Yes, the constituency, let's look at by candidates. Okay. All right. So this is what we're seeing on our screen, right? It's what we're seeing on our screen right now, as you've seen on your screen right now. Also, guys, let me put it up. NDC candidate is leading in. I know the font is small, guys, so bear with me. I'm going to announce it. NDC candidate is now leading in St. George Southeast and also in St. Andrews Northeast and St. George Southeast. Sorry, St. George Southeast, St. Andrews Northwest, and St. Andrews Southeast. Now let's go to Grenada. Let's go to the NDC camp right now, where Mr. Andy Williams is there right now. Let's bring him in. Andy, are you? Oh, well, we just lost connection with them. I thought, okay, all right, guys. So they're gonna come back in. We had Colin Campbell over there in the camp of the NDC with Andy Williams. Okay, we just lost connection. So let's go back again, guys. So far, this is the latest. Now, Janice, the NDC have to be feeling very, very happy right now because they're started off with a lead, and this is a lead. Again, it's early in the game, but it's a lead.
It is a lead. Every lead counts. As old people say, one cocoa full basket.
True.
So every lead, every vote cast for the NDC is one step closer to victory. So all we can do at this moment, social media is going, the live feed, people are going crazy on the live feed, even for the early victories, the small victories. People are going crazy for the small victories. And the celebration has started, Junior. The celebration has started. So here's what's going to happen. The intensity is going to grow as the numbers, as more of the polling divisions start reporting, as more of the votes are being counted. The anticipation is going to grow. It's going to be a long evening here with us. I mean,
I know right now, not just in Grenada,
everywhere.
I can tell you, persons are locked on from all over the world. This election has really sparked the interest of our friends across the Caribbean. And I was in Barbados recently for an award ceremony, and one of the awardees actually pulled out her phone. And in her phone, she showed me a picture with herself and the political leader, Deacon Mitchell. And, she came to Grenada and she just wanted to meet him and get a picture. And she was super excited. And I think that energy surrounding the plans and programs of the NDC, how they ran their campaign, how they listened to the people through their town hall meetings, the fact that the people got an opportunity in their communities to discuss what they want to see in their communities, there was a greater level of participation. And I think the people realized that they had a political party that was prepared to listen to their concerns, and when they presented their plans and their manifesto, it was a reflection of the needs of the people. And that in itself, in my opinion, was very significant. And it sparked some people who was still decided, but once the manifesto was presented, many of those persons reached out to me and said, Joel, I have finally decided that I'm going to move in the direction of NDC, because there are people who are looking for solid plans and ideas that can address their issues. They were not just concerned about the old talk and the bacchanal type of politics that have actually worked in the past. People wanted substance.
And it's one of the things I was most impressed with when I went to, the only pocket meeting that I went to was in Pedmata when I got here on Saturday. And the question segment, I was very, very impressed with the question segment. Because for a long time, we have been asking to not speak, not preach to us from a podium, but interact with us. Since we're giving you a job, this basically is your job interview.
Exactly.
So the quality of campaigning was very, very different in that we're offering yourself up for a position. We want to know how you plan to accomplish some of the talk that you're talking. Tell us how. Instead of everyone standing on a podium from a distance away, while booze and music is being, some of the biggest factors involved, people wanted to know, how do you plan to treat with agriculture if you get elected? Those are some of the questions I heard.
Yes, definitely.
And I think I was impressed. I was most impressed with the question segment of the at the end of the meetings.
Guys, we gotta give you some updates right now in St. John's. In St. John's, we have the NNP candidate, which is Mr. Dabrio, taking lead right there in the constituency of St. John. Total amount of votes so far is 112 to 68. and the independent and the GLP candidate, Mr. Prudhomme, Godfrey Prudhomme, there amassing so far one vote. So it's 112 to 68. 112 to 68 in that particular race right now. 112 to 112 to 68. 112 to 68, and this will refresh pretty quickly. This will refresh pretty quickly, guys. Again, let me check the other constituencies. So I'll lead now for the NNP in St. John. John, it's moving, and it's moving fast.
It's moving, and it's moving quickly. And once you see, as Mr. Clement said earlier, as Toby said earlier, when the polls close, then the counting starts. And once the counting starts, then the reporting starts. And it's only then they can populate the information and send it directly to us. Yeah. So now that it is underway in earnest, people are excited. The doors are closed. The people in there are focused on the counts, and now we're getting the results. It's going to get fast and furious.
Yeah. I mean,
all right, so we have another update, guys. I'm telling you, again, if you're just joining us, just your head is going to spin, because from here on, the information will be very, very fast. Let me see if I could put it up on the screen, guys, because we see an update right here now. Lead for the NDC, 231 votes, 231 votes to 190 votes, and that is St. Andrews Southwest. 231 votes to 190. And that is, we reported on it a little bit earlier. We have Mr. Lennox Andrew taking a quick lead, an early lead, and maintaining that lead, 231 to Yolande Bain Hosford. It has just changed. It has just changed. As we speak, it has just changed. Yolande Bain Hosford has just increased her lead by 325 votes. So that is going to update on the screen. NNP has taken the lead. Yolande Bain Hosford has taken the lead. Let me populate it back on the screen. Right there. The NNP candidate. All right, Janice.
And
it's a roller coaster.
It's a roller coaster, and that's how it's going to be to the end. It's gonna toggle one way for Mrs. Osford. It's gonna toggle one way for Mr. Andrew, because they're populating in real time.
Yeah,
they're populating the information in real time as it becomes available. It's being sent out. So listen. Y'all at home, be patient. Be patient. And this is the accurate information that's coming directly out of the Parliamentary Elections Office. It is, the information is updating as they are inputting the information into the system. So whether you're in St. John, St. Mark, St. Andrew, Carriacou, St. David, St. George, wherever you are today, St. Patrick, wherever you are today, the name of the game right now is patience and understanding. Because remember, everyone that went out to vote today, that went out to vote, your vote will be counted. And it's a manual process. Everyone has to be opened. Remember, you put your X and you folded the paper. This has to be unfolded. It has to be put up to be verified by the other people in the room and tabulated, added to a tabulation. So it's a time-consuming process, but we'll get there. It's election 2022, Grenada election 2022, right here on Ride Along. So
yeah, we have some updates again, guys. We have some update. Let me look at the national results. The national results, well, it's populating on my phone differently than it's populating on the computer. I'll tell you what it looks like as it populates on my device. It is saying that currently the NDC has 56.72% to the NNP 43.28%, and that's in the
votes counted.
Votes counted so far.
Yes,
right?
Of votes counted so far.
So the NNP is leading by a little bit over 200 and something votes in the national race. In the national race, of course, we're going to break these races down into the constituencies. But as it stands right now, the NDC has a total of 56%, 56.72% to the NNP 43.28% in the national race. In the national race. Janice, we have to calm everyone's expectation because it's still early
It's
time.
still
right? I keep
early.
saying this, it's
Still early.
times.
Patience, guys. Patience. Make some popcorn. Make some damsel stew. You have time. Cut some mango and make something.
How do you remain calm in moments like this? Yeah.
You don't, because I woke up this morning and was out of the house early, and you just wanted to get there to see the process unfold. You got there and you saw the long lines, and I was so proud when I got to St. David's and I saw the length of the line that early in the morning. And and not just there. I dropped my brother off in Marianne this morning. The lines were long. When I was coming up Wester Hall Secondary Schools, the lines were almost outside the campus. I got to St. David's and the lines were past, like almost to the parliamentary elections office. And it was such a joyous feeling to see so many people out there this early, doing their thing.
But it's quite unusual to have persons normally going out to vote that early in previous elections. I find this election was the first time I saw people were actually at the polling station. Some of them was there 5. Some people wanted to be the first to actually vote.
My friend told me she was there at 4:30.
Wow.
She wanted to be the first in line.
Definitely.
She was there before anything happened.
That's quite interesting. I mean, I've never seen that actually happen in all my years being close to the election. So it speaks volumes to the fact that people really wanted to get out there and vote.
Yeah, guys, I want to go through the national the constituencies, right? Because what we're seeing right now, guys, is a change in the local. Now, the national poll has not been updated, but when we look deep inside, we're seeing NNPs making some headway. Like we're looking at in the constituency of St. Andrews Northeast, constituency of St. Andrews Northeast, where we have Dr. Tessa Sincere, and Kate Lewis Peters. Now, there is a total, the NNP is leading by at least over 200 votes. A little less than 200 votes, 305 to 147 votes. She has a strong lead in that constituency. Very, very strong lead. And it is still early times. When we switch around the panel a bit, I would like to get Mr. Clement on this in a little bit, because he has update information. I'm sure he's been getting email and information, and he has some whispers for us. Obviously, have some whispers for us, guys. So let's go to the other constituencies really quickly, guys. Let's look at St. Andrews Northwest. In St. Andrews Northwest, right, the only votes that are inputted at this point in time is 77 votes, which is a lead for the NDC candidate, Gloria Thomas. Is only 77 votes, guys. There has been no votes inputted at this moment for Delma Thomas, right? So that's St. Andrews Northwest. Let's go down to St. David, guys. In St. David's, no information. 0. Nothing has been inputted as yet. I know the font is small, guys, but this is what we have at this point in time. St. David, there have been no information inputted by the Parliamentary Election Office at this time. Let's look at the Tongue of St. George. The Tongue of St. George, we have Peter David and Claudette Joseph. Now, Peter David is leading in that constituency right now, 266 to 200. He's leading by 66 votes at this point in time. Let's go up to Carriacou, Petit Martinique, and see what's happening there. No information from Carriacou, Petit Martinique at this time. St. Andrews Southeast, let me check it again. No information at this time. Let's look at St. Andrews NDC is leading in the St. Ange Southwest constituency at this time. It's still early times. Only 200, a little bit over 500 votes, a little over 600 votes counted at this point in time. Back to St. Andrews Northeast, where we have, as I told you, Kate Lewis is leading in that constituency. Now, I want to go to Mr. Tobias Clement because he's back on panel with us. Mr. Tobias Clement, I know that you have been getting, or I hope that you've been getting some information. Those whispers, I'm sure it's coming to you right now. What are you hearing in those constituencies, those local races right now?
I think they have went as far as to almost call some races already, but I dare not do that now. I say that the night is young, and if the night is young, we can see where the numbers lead us. But I do believe that maybe we can rest assured. I could say that some people, even while we sit in the studio here, would have known some constituency that might be almost show NNP safe seats. We cannot sit here and say, okay, we do not know about St. George's Northwest, or we may not know about the town of St. George, or we may not know about St. Mark. I mean, and then you have the St. Andrews seats there. And the numbers are preliminary. What you see coming might be just not even a polling division, but a section. One section, because remember the poll station might be divided into A, B, C, D, E, F, sometimes depending on the amount of people. I think one section, they would go up to about 350 before they move it over and try to split it so that each of them would have almost the same amount. So that is where, if you have a polling division with probably about 500 or 600 persons there, it will be divided into two. If you go over 700, it will be divided into three. If you go probably 900 or so, you'd have 4 different sections. So it depends on the section. And on what you have to, what they do, well, they try to divide it up into equal sections, because if you go according to alphabetical order, in Grenada here, our last name, our surnames are skewed more to the first half of the alphabet. So if you go from A to M, you might find 70% of the people with last names from A to M, and then 30% with from N to Z. So they try to divide it up equally, even according to the polling division. So in some polling division, just one section that might have gone in that you would see there. And I do not think a candidate may not win every section of that polling station, but overall they might win it. So we have to wait until that vote is counted for that particular polling division.
We have an update in the constituency of St. George Northeast, where Dr. Kit Mitchell is Northwest. Sorry, we have Dr. Kit Mitchell and Jonathan Lacrette. Dr. Kit Mitchell is leading quite handsomely, 168 votes to only 28 at this point in time. That is the constituency of St. George Northwest. Dr. Kit Mitchell, the Prime Minister.
That is what I was saying.
Yeah.
You see, you expect, and like I think the St. George Northwest, maybe St. Mark, the town of St. George, you can almost call those things as pretty much sure. I see some others that they have sent to me, but I will not mention them right now.
Okay, we'll wait for the information to come in.
We'll wait for the information.
Okay, so we got some additional updates. It's coming in fast and furious. What's it? Okay, so let's go through again, guys. All right, let's go through St. George Southeast. Look at it. It's a dead heat, right? We have the NDC candidate leading by only 1 vote at this point in time. Philip Telesford leading by 1 vote. Gregory Telesford he's at 96, and Gregory Bowen, is at 97. NDC candidate is leading in that constituency by only 1 single vote. How strong is that constituency for the NNP, Tobias?
Well, St. George South is, when you check it out, it has always been a shifting constituency. The last time around, Carl Hood won it in 2008, and but now we have a different factor to look at. You have the NNP candidate, you have the NDC candidate, and I think you have Bassanio Nicolas there
As an independent.
as an independent candidate. And in my mind, it is possible that he can be a spoiler. I do not know in terms of taking votes from NNP there, especially in a close constituency like that, where every vote counts. I do believe that we will have to look at those numbers there and see what is going on.
Yeah, okay. I just got to update some information here coming from a particular, I'm not going to say which, a particular political party who's saying the celebration is at 9. All right. So let's keep it going. We have some additional update.
Okay.
We have some additional update. What's the constituency to look at right now? St. Mark. St. Mark. We haven't looked at St. Mark in a while, so let's look at St. Mark. Right now, we could say that the NNP is leading. Now, that is a stronghold, Tobias, and
I allude to that St. Mark has always been a stronghold from since 1985 to now. NNP has never lost two constituencies, St. Mark and St. George Northwest.
And
Never.
honestly, that is my biggest baffle in Grenadian politics. How?
You see, there are two things there. St. Mark, the consistency of the two candidates there. The lady, she has been there from since 1999, I think, to now. Dr. Mitchell have been there. And in their politics, they have developed the politics of personal relationship with people in that particular constituency. That is, today, if Dr. Mitchell leaves the NNP and go over to another political party, he will still win St. George Northwest. Charismatic Cowan will still win St. Mark's because of that personal relationship that you have developed with people within that. So there are times when a party can carry a constituency together with you, but there are times when you are overwhelmingly the one carrying that constituency. And so those two constituencies were overwhelmingly carried by the
personalities and not necessarily the party.
Yeah.
Okay.
And when you have this in a constituency, it is very difficult to root it out, really.
Okay, I got you.
Now, for me now, it would be interesting now to see how St. George Northeast goes.
Because you're not there.
I don't know. That is one that we will have to watch with great intensity.
what's the constituency you want to watch?
St. George Northeast?
St. George Northeast. At least one polling division should have come in already.
All right. So right now in St. George Northeast, nothing yet. So, okay, let's go in St. Andrews. We're getting some Q St. Andrews Northwest. Let's check St. Andrews Northwest. Right, polls are coming in fast and furious. St. Andrews Northwest. Let me pull it. So where? I'm trying to get it on my. Okay, Northwest. Okay, it hasn't changed. It hasn't changed, guys. It hasn't changed. We reported earlier. Gloria Thomas is at 77 votes to 0 votes at the moment for Delma Thomas. No, the big four. I want to talk about the big four and how important it is for the candidate to at least split it. What if the early numbers, we see that the NNP take all candidates in St. Andrews? Is it a wrap?
In this election, or in any election, any political party take all 4 seats in St. Andrews, you could call it a night. So important, because that is half of the 8 that you need. And so that is how important they are. And I do believe that the St. Andrews seats are very important. And we will look and see where it goes. As so goes St. Andrews, so goes the nation. And let's see what will. At least if you have to compete in this election, you need at least 2 seats from St. At least split it. If you don't get 2, at least get 1. But if you get 0, then you cannot be competitive in the rest of the country. I mean, yes, the rest of the country, you would have 11 seats, but when you're considering those other seats, okay, think about it this way. If NNP happens to win the 4 St. Andrews seats, you put St. George Northwest together with that. You put St. Mark together with that. Space is kind of getting warm, isn't it?
That's 6 down.
And then you might put the town 2, that is 7, and you just pick up 1 here or there. And you don't need 9 seats to win, you only need 8.
Junior, let the count continue.
Let the count continue.
Let the count continue.
Let's look at back again in St. Andrews Northeast. In St. Andrews Northeast, where there is no update from earlier when we looked at it. The numbers currently is that Kate Lewis Peters is leading 305 to 147. It's still early times, but she's leading, and that number's been there for the past probably for the past 15 minutes or so. It hasn't moved. All right, so that's where it's at right now in the constituency of St. Andrews Northeast.
So Toby was just saying, looking at this from a candidate's point of view, although it's still early time, what is going through the heads of the folks at the various
Well, you begin to question
camps.
yourself, and you begin to question the question that you ask yourself. Yes, what else could I have done to get one more vote? You remember the movie Schindler's List?
Yes.
Get one more, just one more. What could I have done anything differently? And so when you see the numbers coming in that is not favorable to you, then you have to ask yourself what could. But then there's sometimes I remember that it is written that you put yourself in a position where you cannot be defeated. And so throughout the time that you've been there as an incumbent, you have to have in the back of your mind, there is an election that is going to take place, and you are put there as servants of the people, and you are to serve them with integrity, with distinction, so that when the time comes, they would consider re-electing you in that particular constituency. And even so, you have to make sure that you go out and do the work that is necessary to bring in and to bring home those votes.
Okay, while Junior is still trying to get the tabulations up, Junior.
I'm looking at the constituency of St. George Southeast, right? So on the graph, and that's probably a internal error. On the graph, it says 97 to 96. But on the sidebar, we're seeing that the NDC candidate, Philip Telesford, is leading by over 100 votes. He's saying on the side 226 to 179. That's on the numbers. On the graph, it's saying 1 point, and on the side, it's saying the NDC candidate is leading by almost 150 votes. So that is going to take a little while to populate, but that's what we're seeing on the graph right now. Now, for those of you who are watching, we apologize that the numbers, it's very small. You can't really make it out. If folks complain and say that they can't see it, but that's the information. That is what all the media outlets have been given access to at this point in time. So that's what we have to work with. And we apologize. We can't make it bigger. That is what we'll have to work with. So we'll do our best to try to announce it, because I know it's very small. But again, we're going to we're going to call the numbers. Again, in that particular constituency, Gregory Bowen stands at 179 and Phil Telesford is at 226. Now, Tobias, let's talk about that particular constituency. How strong is Bowen in that constituency right now? What's the probabilities?
The thing about it, I do believe that the southeast, that is St. George's Southeast, it has always been a fleeting constituency. And if you look at the statistics over the years, you would have seen that he has always been just a couple hundred votes difference, not overwhelming victory. So if there is something that comes in and change the the dynamics of it, I think in St. George Southeast now, there is almost a perfect storm there, because you have had a long-time supporter of Mr. Gregory Bowen that is now a candidate there. I don't know, that is Bassanio. So if Bassanio was able to pick up at least, say, 150, 200 votes in St. George Southeast, then you could have a whole change taking place there. On that, in that action, I do believe on a one-to-one or head-to-head, look at what happened with Carl Hood. It was head-to-head. And NDC won in 2008. So with Mr. Nicholas in there now, that probably could change the dimension of the voter and the voting thinking publicly now. NDC maybe would have always had the base there, or a base there that Mr. Telesford could capitalize on. I do believe he has a very, very good chance of making a difference there. But only time will tell. If you, like your first number said, 96 to 97 in favor of Telesford, it just shows you how close St. George's Southeast can be. And I think for this election cycle for tonight, I think this will be one of the close ones that we'll have to watch.
Very, very interesting, guys. We're taking a closer look at this is election night in Grenada. I got to say good night to everyone that's watching us in the diaspora. We know that some of you guys are having watch party. Some of you guys are having up on your big screen and taking one on us. Yeah. And just take one for me and Janice while you're at it, right? Spice, big up to Spice, my brother. He's watching us over there at 1199 Nostrand Avenue. And they're having a party. They're actually having a big party on 1199 Nostrand Avenue and checking us out. So big up yourself. Now, here's another problem that I'm having with the information as it comes through, right? So we're looking at the constituency of St. Andrews Southeast. And on the graph, it says that the NDC is winning. In fact, on the map, it said that it's winning. But if you look at the numbers, we're seeing that the NNP candidate is leading by about 17 or so votes. Again, the numbers are still populating. We're seeing the breakdown in terms of the polling divisions, right? We have none of the polling division is at 100%. The maximum polling division that we hit, the maximum here is the Cuthbert Alexis Shop. That's in Richmond. That's my area. We had a total of 278 enrolled to vote at that particular location. And so far, we had 206 that cast their vote. 278 was slated to vote at the Mr. Cuthbert Alexis Shop. That's right in my area in Richmond. And only 206 actually voted. In this particular polling division, there was 2 rejected votes. And that, at this point in time, 76%, 73.34% of the total votes are in at that particular polling division, right? There are other polling divisions that are reporting at 60%, 70%. We have one at 80%, and that is at Walker Church of God, and there are 172 total votes enrolled, and there were only 141. It's still a good turnout, and in all, there was 1 rejected vote. So far, we have 81.40% of the total amount of votes counted at this point in time, putting the NNP candidate on the side. We're seeing that she's leading by 325 votes to 307 votes. Again, the big four. We're talking about St. Andrews. We're talking about the big four. And we're seeing that, guys, you guys wasn't seeing the screen. I'm sorry. We're seeing that the NDC is pushing forward. The NNP, is pushing forward in that particular constituency. How important it is, Janice? I want you to, from an NDC perspective, how important is that St. Andrews seat?
All of the seats are very, very important. So far, how much of the votes are counted, Junior? From how many of the polling stations?
We have a total of, let me bring it up. We have 1, 2, 3, 4.
So that's information coming in from
five
polling stations.
5 polling stations so far.
Okay. And what needs to happen as Toby said earlier, is that this needs to be divided and divided early. In order for the playing field to be leveled around, St. Andrews needs to be divided and divided early. But we're not calling anything. We're not making any assumptions at the moment. It's early times. It's just a few votes in, and the leads are the leads that we're looking at right now could just be from one particular area. There are still other areas outstanding in large numbers. So right now we're just going on what's available to us in these separate areas, and as the night progresses, then we're able to put the pieces of this puzzle together. Because right now it's a puzzle. It's a 50 votes here, 60 votes there.
That's right, yeah.
So it's hard to call anything at this point.
And I would go back again, even to answer Junior's question in terms of St. Andrew. The seats in St. Andrews, they are ultra important at this point in time, and if NDC are to win this election or compete in this election, they must have at least one in St. Andrew. You cannot think about winning a Grenada election and not winning any seats out of the 4 in the parish. So they must bring at least 1 or 2 home. If they bring 1, they can compete. If they bring 2, it's even better. But if they bring 0, then things can get very, very difficult for them down the road, because it means they would have to pick up probably out of the 11 that is remaining, they would have to pick up 8.
Yeah. Someone is saying, what about the North Junior and South? Cover the entire island now. The coverage we're giving now is the information that's presented to us directly from the Parliamentary Elections Office. This has nothing to do with our preference or where we would like to see declared or first. This has everything to do with the Parliamentary Elections Office.
People from St. Patrick's East and West are kind of getting anxious now.
Yes, because they're hearing St. Andrew calling. They're hearing St. Andrew calling.
So they want to hear from
somebody is asking, Miss check St. Mark's, please.
Yes.
Okay, we want to check St. Mark's.
We don't have to check St. Mark, I don't think. But they want to know what is
They want to know. I know.
But because I do believe.
I'm anxious for St. David's. I'm sitting here.
The elections are hinged on what happens in St. Patrick's East and West, what happens in
St. Andrew, the Big Four.
St. Andrews, the Big Four, and to some extent what happened in the South and St. David's. And probably, but I think, like, for instance, if I'm sitting here now, I'm not so concerned about St. George's Northwest or St. Mark or maybe even the town of St. George. I'm concerned about the South and probably the Southeast, St. George's Northeast, St. David, and St. Patrick's East and West. And, well, we'll see where Carriacou and Petit Martinique too.
In my mind, it's still an open election.
Yeah, it is. It is
still an open election. Yeah. Anybody can win this at this point.
All right, so we got some information. We got some new information from St. George South. If we could go back to the St. George South constituency. Let's go back to St. George South. What we're seeing, guys, again, the information is populating on the website and it's kind of coming in fragmented, right? So bear with us. What we're seeing right now is a lead by the NDC candidate, Andy Williams, 268 to... Okay, all right, it just changed to 521. Refresh that. Let's see what that looks like. Again, we're taking that numbers in real time, guys. Real time. Okay, so here's what we're seeing. 168 to 268. All right, that's what we're seeing right now, the tongue of St. George. Now, if you had to make a call.
168.
168. Yeah, 168. Again, the numbers. So,
are we talking South or town of St. George?
Town of St. George South.
St. George South.
Yeah.
268 in favor of.
NDC.
NDC. Andy.
Yes.
Okay. And 168 in favor of Nolan Cox.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and that's preliminary. That's very, very preliminary. And this information is from, I'll tell you the polling division. Wow. Only Woburn Methodist School Hall at there only 71 votes so far from that, and there are 320. Is very, very, very preliminary. It is extremely preliminary. You can't read into it. You can't read anything into this one at this point. It's very preliminary.
All right.
Yeah.
And the numbers are coming in. The numbers are coming in. Listen, Toby, don't watch the comments.
No,
don't watch the comments. You know us.
I know.
Yo, Grenadian savage.
Yeah. But
yeah, y'all play nice. I mean, seriously, y'all play nice. Let's play nice here. Remember, we're just bringing the information as it becomes available. So
yeah, I mean, that is the raw information.
That is the raw information, as raw as it gets. That is what we're looking at here now. There's no editing to this. That's just the information as it pops up on the screen. There's going to be a lot of confusion at this point. Somebody's saying that they're being confused. There's a lot of confusion because the information we're giving you is real-time information. The information we're giving you is just as it pops up on the screen. There's nothing that we can do to it. It pops up and it changes. It pops up and it changes. The figures are being inputted from the every 5 minutes. It's changed, inputted every 5 minutes.
Yeah.
It's refreshed every 5 minutes. Yeah. So that is the raw data that we're giving to you at this point. We're just sitting here trying to analyze it with you, trying to make sense of it with you. That's what we're doing here.
Well, the point, there comes a point when we will be able to call it. That is when we look at the number of registered voters and you can see
how much is in.
And then if what is in could make, what is still outstanding could make a difference. If it cannot make a difference,
then you call it.
You can call it, and that is what that we look at. We look at the statistics, how the percentage is breaking down, and then you can make a determination as to where it is going in terms of the numbers. But throughout the night, we will see the numbers changing. And
it will change. It will change from here to there. It will change from NDC to NNP. It will change until the final numbers
start to use up, that you run out of space.
Yes.
Can't change anymore.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's take a quick look now, guys, at the tongue of St. George. The tongue of St. George. It's very preliminary. Again, the numbers are being inputted. We have the information coming on the graph, and we also have the information coming on the side. Now, on the information on the graph, it says that the NNP candidate, Peter David, is leading by 350 votes. Now, let me check my other system. No, okay. Repopulated. Now, Peter David is leading by 655 votes. That's on the other system that's just updated. And the NDC candidate, Claudette Joseph, is leading by 509. Now, there are two sets of numbers. The numbers are very preliminary, and that's the difference is 100. Yes, the difference is
55 to 5.
Yeah, 509.
509. So Peter is leading by 140 something votes.
Yeah.
At this point.
Can in the tongue of St. George, 600 thereabout is about almost. The time is almost coming when you can call the tongue of St. George in a little bit, because there is not a lot of votes to look at there. Usually it's about 2,000 somebody vote to turn out there.
Number of registered voters in the town of St. George, 3,415.
And out of that,
that's from 2018. Right. In 2022, 3,810.
And you just expect about 2,000 somebody's vote there about.
So
if you look, do 70% of that.
6 and 5, 1,150,
so
1,160, 1,160 thereabouts have voted so far.
Yeah.
So we're looking at probably another 1,000 votes before we can call.
Usually, I'll tell you about the tongue of St. George. The big chunk that comes in is River Road. And usually, when the River Road comes in your favor, you're almost there. I mean, yeah, that is where all the candidates look to, River Road. I mean, and so goes River Road, so goes the Tower of St. George.
I want to let's take a look at guys the Saint Mark. Saint Mark is as you guys rightfully said is a very interesting constituency, but you feel that Clement said that it's pretty much could be called pretty early, right? Here's what we have in Saint Mark. We have NNP candidate lead, and let me bring it up on my screen here, and let me know if it is too early to call because we have a number of those polling division already inputting almost all their data. We're up to 50 and 30 and 40%. Now, Clarice Modest Corwin is leading by is right now at 1,470 votes. Right, 1,470 votes to the NDC Queen's Britain 635.
That's 800.
Right, so that's where we are. That's where we are right now in Saint Mark. Saint Mark. So in the polling division, this is what we have at the polling division. We just just updated. It just updated because the information might change. Hold on, let me go back into this. I want you guys to do the calculation in terms of the total number of voters in that constituency, right? Clarice Modest Corwin is at 1,470 to Queen's Britain 635. Now, let me see. N01, Warren Community Center is at 25%. Victoria Pre-Primary School is at, well, it hasn't been, no information at this point. We have N002B, 28%. N002C, 31%. It's pretty early. Only 17.22% of the polls reported at this point in time. Only 17%. It's way too early to call. We're going to hold back on it still. We're going to keep looking at St. Mark, however. And one would say is that NNP's stronghold, right, Tobias?
Well, the trend that I am seeing in St. Mark is the trend that has been set for all this election cycle. That is why I'm saying that the numbers that you're calling there is no different from 2018 or 2013 or 2008, from since 1984, 85, thereabout. It's no different. So, I mean, St. Mark, barring America, that happened sometime today, I do not see anything differently taking place there, really.
Yeah, all right. Let's take a trip down to St. Andrew. St. Andrews, let's go St. Andrews Southwest. St. Andrews Southwest, where we have the NDC candidate is leading currently. The NDC candidate is leading right now in the constituency of St. Andrews Southwest by 1,062. So Lennox Andrews leading by 1,062 to Yolan Bay and Horsford 768. However, there are a number of polling divisions that has not yet been reported, right? There are a number of polling divisions that has not yet reported, and it's only about 14.44% of the total that's calculated. So it's very early times. That particular constituency has a total of 5,327 votes. Total 5,327. So the winner would have to amass something about 22. If we see someone coming up with about 2,300, then we know we could start calling it. So this particular polling division, this particular constituency is only 5,327 voters in that particular constituency. Northwest. Let's check out Northwest, guys. Let's check out Northwest. Northwest. All right. That is not updated. Okay, here's what we're seeing in Northwest, guys. It's updated there. Okay, all right. Okay, so here's what we have. Check this out, guys. Do the math for me. The NDC candidate is leading in that constituency, 1,262 votes. 1,262 to NNP, nothing is there. 1,200. So 1,242 to 1,200. In one system is showing 1,262 to 1,200.
1262 to 1200.
1,263 to 1,200. Again, 26% of the total votes counted in this polling division. Only 26%. It's very early times. We just got an instant update. We're going to check it back again. But what we're not seeing is anything from Carriacou and Petit Martinique. Isn't that interesting?
Austin Davids.
Or
St. Patrick. St. Patrick people are getting nervous on the live.
Now keep going.
Listen, what we need to do is we will keep refreshing it. We will keep bringing you the information as it becomes available. It's raw data. It is as raw as it gets. And when we get the information and we bring it to you, it's just a matter of keeping count with the Parliamentary Elections Office as they are counting the votes. That's what we're doing here. We're keeping count as they count, and as we get closer to these numbers where we can actually make a prediction or make a call. So we are hoping that the folks out there can be a little patient. I know y'all are on the live and y'all want it now, instant gratification, but it doesn't happen that way. It takes time to count. It takes time, and we want the right count. We want it done right the first time, So all we're asking is that you're patient at home, and the count is happening in live real time. So the information we're giving you is very, very raw preliminary information. All right, guys?
Yes, let's take a look at St. Patrick right now, guys. Very interesting race in St. Patrick at the moment. Okay, so this is what we're seeing. St. Patrick, the NDC candidate is currently leading in St. Patrick.
No, West.
St. Patrick East.
St. Patrick East.
St. Patrick East, right? 445 to 306, right? That's for St. Patrick East. Very preliminary, only 7.82%, right? Let's go to
2.8% is just a drop in the bucket.
Is it just a drop in the bucket?
It's very, very preliminary.
There's no votes in there yet. I mean, really.
Yeah.
So no need for any kind of concern. And
yeah. Okay. In St. Patrick West now, we have the NDC candidate leading, Joseph Andel, 902 to Philip Telesford, 265. Right? Nothing to get excited about, guys. Only 5.76% of the votes in at the moment.
I don't know if the numbers
Philip
are.
Telesford?
Yeah, Telesford, right? Okay, I just got a call to check out that constituency northwest, right?
Where? Which one?
No, which one is it? Check. Oh, Carriacou. Okay. Wait, hold on. We got some updates from Carriacou. Let's check Carriacou and Petit Martinique. We got some updates from Carriacou and Petit Martinique. I am not seeing anything for Carriacou. It has not yet been updated. Okay, it has not yet been updated on my system. Let's take a. Okay, let's look at it from the other system. Again, it's populating kind of slow on one system and the other one, than the other one. Let's check it out here. This is the update from Carriacou. Tevin Andrew is leading in Carriacou. Tevin Andrew is leading by 765 to, that can't be right because I'm seeing 1,275 for NDC, but they say that NDC is leading. I'm seeing 1,275 for NNP in Carriacou, right? 1,275 to Tevin's 766. So far, Kendra Matthew Stewart is leading in Carriacou.
I mean, the question is, how do you come back?
What does a graph? What does a graph say?
It's difficult knowing well, in Carriacou you have to look at the different polling divisions. You know, there are some polling divisions where NDC would be strong, and there are some polling divisions where NNP would be strong.
Yeah. Okay. We just got an update from Carriacou again, guys. We just got an update from Carriacou. The NDC is leading in Carriacou. Tevin just took back the lead in Carriacou. The data now shows that Tevin is leading 1,546 by 1,423.
1546
by
1423.
Yes. And that's
100 and something.
That's 100 and something, right? And keep in mind, guys, the total number of voters in Carriacou is 5,415, right? 5,415. Tevin is at 1,500. But it's pretty close. It's pretty close still. 1,456.
So it's basically 3,000 votes accounted for.
Yeah,
so far.
3,000 votes accounted for so far.
You only have about 1,000 more to look at.
Yep.
Again, guys, this is Right Along live broadcast. And listen, we told you guys the numbers will come in quickly, and it is. We're seeing so many numbers. We got to take a look at it. Which one is that? All right, hold on. Let's take a look. Yeah, go ahead, guys. Let me look at the graph.
Okay, while you go ahead and look at this, Carriacou has two very, very youthful candidates. And they've been going at it for a while.
Well, this would be the second time around.
This will be the second go around.
Yes. And I think Kendra Mathurin Stewart, you can say, was in the driver's seat because she's the incumbent. She should have learned and grow and expanded her base. But then again, you have young Tevin Andrew, very aggressive, and in terms of his work on the ground. And we'll look and we'll see what is going to take place in Carriacou. I know sometimes Carriacou could be very divided in terms of NNP, NDC, and which you could go into one particular village and it is more leaning towards NNP, and go in another and that place is leaning towards NDC. So it depends on the which polling division that comes in. You would see the numbers may change back and forth. That is for Carriacou and Petit Martinique.
Yeah, and we're looking at the numbers. We're still looking at the numbers, guys. In Carriacou, we're looking at. I just got a chance to take a look at St. John's. St. John's, right? I want you guys to look at this because the table just turned in St. John's. It just flipped. It just flipped. This is what it looks like right now. The NDC candidate, right? The NDC candidate, Karine James, is reporting 1,377 votes. 1,377 to Dabrio's 916. 1,377 to 916. Now, keep in mind, guys, the total number, 6,392. The total number, 6,392. And that's the number you have to look at. At this point in time, guys, let me see, 26.58% of the valid votes are counted. 26%. Again, still early times. So you guys, listen, we have a long night. I have a feeling we're gonna be here for a while, guys. We might as well have lunch and dinner and all of that stuff because the numbers coming in, but it's coming in kind of slow.
A while, and right now I'm about to get up and go get my mosquito spray because it's beginning to get savage in here.
Not really, I think people are waiting with great anticipation of the night. Election night is always like that.
So yeah, it's guys, listen, this information is coming in real time, and the bantering on the live has started. Tevin losing war. All the bantering is going on the live. They're having. I think it's still in the
Infant stage
infant stage
of the night. Yeah.
so guys, just take the information with a grain of salt, and we can get to it.
Yes.
Calm,
Calm
breathe,
down, calm and
USA. We can, we can get to it.
The only persons that should be very antsy right now are the candidates,
Oh no, the supporters are even more anxious than the candidates, I believe.
Yeah. We look at taking a quick look back at Carriacou and PT Martinique. In fact, we have a reporter. We have a reporter right now in Lennox Angel constituency in his office. There is a crowd now starting to form at his office right now. The candidate have their own war room. So a lot of times the candidate already know what's happening. The numbers trickling into us. They did the canvassing and they kind of know what's happening. So a crowd just started to form. Let's see if we could get that video right now. The crowd forming in that constituency right now. We got a reporter on the ground there. Samson, could you hear us? Could you hear us? Yeah, this is a crowd forming right now. This is a crowd. People start to celebrate in jubilance. Let me see if we could bring up our audio. So this
in different places even before we call here, because the preliminary numbers would have shown that people knows what is going on in the different constituency long before we do.
All right. Let's
Hi, Junior. Can you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you. We could hear you fine. Tell us what's happening right now. What's happening right now? What's happening right now? Talk to us.
So long we've been waiting for that moment. That lady never represents us. She represents the friends and our families. And they get rich over the poor people. They always want to hold poor people at one level. So they could always have them where they want them. Never want them work for what they want. Want to just give them things without working. And the days for that done, I'll come back to you again. I'll come back.
Samson, talk to us. Talk to us. Where are you right now?
Talk to me. I don't afraid the media, you know. It was too long.
That's a celebration. What seems to be a celebration, jubilant celebration at that constituency. Samson, if you could hear us, just give us a quick report. What's happening right now? All right, guys. Samson, we're going to come back to you. Keep that video going there. We're going to come back because we now have a representative from the NDC in our panel. Welcome, sir. Welcome to our HQ.
Thank you.
Yes. So tell us. We see celebration. We see celebration in that constituency. Is it something that the candidates have, or they know that we don't know at this point in time? Talk to us.
Well, based on the canvassing work, if it's done accurately, you can actually predict, well in advance after polling day where you're going to fit. So if you see celebrations taking place, it's a pretty good indication that they're satisfied that victory has been accomplished.
Right. What other races are you seeing based on your canvassing, Mr. Forrester?
Well, the fact is, throughout the constituencies, the canvassing work naturally would vary. But there has been an indicator of a tight race going down the road. It would not surprise me if it turns out to be 8-7 or 9-6 or something of that sort, in favor of the NDC.
Okay, let's look at the races, right? I'm going to look at it in real time on the map. Tell me the constituency. I'm going to put it up on the screen. Look at it in real time. What are the constituencies your canvassing is looking at?
St. George,
very, very strong.
St. George Southeast.
Okay, let's look at St. George Southeast. St. George Southeast, right now, where it stands. St. George Southeast. Oh, hold on. Let me look at St. George Southeast. St. George Southeast. 1 second. Let me pull that up. All right, St. George Southeast. I know Tobias Clement will be happy. Okay, so here we have right now, St. George Southeast, we have NDC's leading right now, 2,087 to, wow, 933.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right, so the NDC is leading 2,087 to 933. Let's go. Next constituency.
Let's look at the South.
South.
George South.
St. George South. All right. Mr. Terry Forrester is here with us. So they're canvassing. Okay, St. George South. Here we have Andy Williams leading by 1,576 to Mr. Cox 980. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's go. Next one.
Okay, let's go to St. Patrick East or West.
St. Patrick East. St. Patrick East. Guys, let's look at that. St. Patrick East. We have St. Patrick East, right?
Yeah.
Stand by. Let me pull it up. St. Patrick East. It's a lot of numbers. It's a lot of numbers. It's a lot of numbers. Okay, 445 to... The other numbers are not up yet. Oh, 306. All right. Slight lead. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Let's go.
Okay. What about the West?
The West. Let's go to St. Patrick West again. All right. Let's see. We have the numbers are 445 to... You have to touch it in a special kind of way. I have an assistant here. She just knows how to touch it to make it come up. Okay, we don't have any update on that one yet. Okay, 306. NDC leading in that poll, in that constituency as well.
Okay, would be interesting to see how Victoria is doing.
Victoria.
St. Mark.
Let's go to St. Mark right now. Okay, all right. Well, right now, you are at, NDC is at 637. to 1,470. It's a strong lead, let's put it like that.
Yeah.
39, almost 40% of the total votes counted, and you are almost done by, well, almost 900 or so.
All right. You're saying that this is 40% of the votes counted?
40% of the votes counted. Yes.
Does it give the various PDs?
Yes, it does.
So which are the PDs outstanding?
The PDs that's outstanding right now in St. Mark, we have Victoria Primary, Victoria Child Development Center, St. Mark Secondary, the alley resident.
Okay.
Which is strongest? Which is the strongest?
I would say let's hold our breath for a while. 60% to go. Let's hold our breath. That particular constituency, Queen's Britain, naturally expected a pretty tough competition, but he has done a lot of work, and he has gained a lot of grounds. Let us see how this pans out. Could be a tight race going down the road.
Okay. All right. Hold on one second. I believe we have another reporter. We're going to come back to our reporter. So how much constituency we look at so far, Mr. Forrester?
5.
We look about 5. Yeah,
we look about 5. Okay. All right. So let's go again. You obviously have more. You said 9. So let's get the others. What's the others?
St. John.
Let's look at St. John.
St. John. We have 1,377 to 916. Okay, so NDC is leading right now.
Okay.
And we just got an update from Carriacou, guys. We just got an update from Carriacou. NNP is leading in Carriacou. Kendra Matthew and Stewart is leading in Carriacou, 1,423 to Tevin, 760. Hold on, let me see that. They just updated. Okay, NDC, they just updated. Just updated as I give you the information, guys. NDC is leading 1,546 by 1,423.
Yeah, still
early.
tight.
Still early. We at 54. However, we passed the 50% mark. NDC is leading across the 50% mark. We are at 1,546 to 1,423.
Still a bit close.
Two more polling divisions to come.
Still a bit close,
right? And still a bit close. So is it holding up as anticipated, Mr. Forrester?
Say again, sorry.
Is everything holding up? I mean, as you saw the numbers before you got here. You saw the numbers.
Yeah, based on projections, things are holding up based on projections. What about St. David? How is St. David showing up?
All right, let's take a look at St. David, and that would be interesting. That would be a very interesting one to look at right now. St. David, nothing came in earlier, but I'm going to see if anything. Let me see. Absolutely nothing for St. David, guys.
Well, St. David is huge, so no news is good news.
Okay.
Let's look at Northeast.
Okay, let's look at Northeast.
Yeah.
St. George Northeast.
Ron Redhead.
St. George Northeast. All right, let's take a look at St. George Northeast, where your candidate, Ron Redhead, is leading 1,647 to 1,612.
Still tight.
To 1268. I'm telling you, the numbers are changing. The numbers are changing on different systems. So here we are, the NDC is leading. Let me give you the numbers again. Guys. And I apologize. Sometimes I say the numbers and the numbers just change right on me. This is the numbers for St. George Northeast. We're at 1,785 to 1,268.
That's a pretty decent lead.
And 42.94% the total ballots counted at this point in time.
Yep.
7? We got 7 or 8?
7 now.
Yeah, 7. Okay, what's the next one?
Let's look at, for argument's sake, let's look at Northwest. Brother Lacrette, significant momentum there.
Somebody just said, "Are you kidding me?"
Let's look at Northwest for what it's worth. Let's look at Northwest.
We have an audience here, guys.
Let's look at Northwest.
All right. Okay. If you say look at Northwest,
just take
Mr. Forrester, I'm going to look at Northwest.
Take a look. We don't expect.
I am miracles. You say look at Northwest.
We don't expect miracles, but let's just look at Northwest.
Okay. All right. Since you insist, Northwest 623 to 1,670.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
623 to 1,600 and
southeast, I think.
He's overperforming. He's overperforming from the last candidate.
What is it? Considering everything, his position there is considered a victory already, even if he does not win.
True.
But his performance there is outstanding, considering the length of time that he had to work in the constituency from October to now.
Okay, Joel, you're sitting, you're watching, you're hearing this. Joel, give us your view. What you thinking? What you think? What's going through your mind right now, Joel?
Yeah. I mean, I'm super lost for words. I mean, honestly speaking, some of the results that I'm seeing is what I expected, based on really going in some of those communities, especially in the last week. Just driving through the constituency with the candidates, especially in the St. Patrick East area, and also doing some canvassing work in St. David and St. John. Even in the Northeast, I mean, from engaging a lot of the people there, especially the youth voters, we have seen a huge shift in most of the young people in the Northeast moving in the direction of the NDC because of the fact that they had a youthful candidate who have been on the trail over the last 2 years and who have really been in touch with the young people in that community. I mean, when you looked at how most of the candidates of the NDC really built their campaign, it was basically grassroots politics, really being on the ground, meeting with the people, listening to them, and really responding through the manifesto by addressing those needs and concerns. So my prediction initially was 9-6. I'm actually sticking to that prediction.
All right, somebody said
in favor of the NDC.
In favor of the NDC. Somebody said to me that we haven't looked at St. Andrews Southeast in a while. So let's take a look at St. Andrews Southeast now.
That's
right?
Delma?
Yes. No, that's Emily.
Emily.
Right,
yes.
right. So the NDC candidate there is Mr. David Andrew. And he's at 1,243 to 1,471.
Cool.
Now it's
what's the percentage of votes?
30.22% of the votes.
Then he's doing well. Then he's doing pretty well.
Doing very well.
Okay, all right. And we also keep that number in mind, guys. Keep this number in mind. There's a total of 4,868 voters enrolled in that constituency. 4,868, right? And of the ballot casted today, there were 10 rejected ballots. And there was 8 spoiled ballots. All right. Total vote cast 1,481, and it's a low turnout. It's a low turnout. What happened there, Mr. Forrester?
That one is unexpected. Was good weather today.
But that can't be right.
Why.
But that can't be right. That cannot be right.
Maybe there's some outstanding data.
Yeah. No, that data cannot be right. That data cannot be right. Now that information is there, but it cannot be right because Emmeline P already crossed the 1,400 margin, and they're saying here that's the total amount casted. So that number has to be incorrect. So we're going to check back. That particular constituency. So some folks say let's check back in Carriacou. Let's go Carriacou, guys. Let's check in Carriacou. Tevin Andrew right now is still leading. Tevin Andrew is still leading. Nothing has been updated. He's leading 1,546 by 1,423. 1,546 by 1,423. So far as how important is that constituency for the whole NDC the whole NDC team? How important is Carriacou?
Carriacou is extremely important. Tevin Andrew, he is the chairman of the party. He has kind of given the impetus and the energy and the strength to the rest of the team, where boots on the ground work commenced. And he has been working for a very long time and really was an inspiration to the rest of the team with respect to hard work. And we expect Tevin Andrew to pull off Carriacou. May not be by large numbers, but he's expected to win that constituency.
All right, guys, I'm telling you, my team is telling me take a look, take another look, take another look. Team, where should I look now? St. Andrews Northeast. Let's take a look at St. Andrews Northeast. Let me tell you, I have to say thanks. I have to say a special thanks to my team. We have so much people here, guys. They are working so hard. It's such a team effort bringing this thing together. It's not easy. All right, so let's look at what's it? What's it? St. Andrews Northeast. St. Andrews Northeast. Let's take a look at St. Andrews Northeast right now. Okay, Tessa Sincere is at 1,330 to Kate 1,487. She narrowed the margin. 1,400? Okay. Guys, you see, the system is giving conflicting information. So when I say a number, that's what I see here, but it's different on another system because it has not been updated. All right. So, okay, we just have a refresh. Mr. Forrester, are you seeing a victory in St. Andrews Northeast?
Well, Tessa Sincere has been working extremely hard from the time she hit the ground. And she has been embraced and loved by the constituents out there. On one occasion, I was on her platform in an area called the Cocoa. And you can feel the energy, you can feel the love and so forth out in that particular polling division area, that village. So it may be a tight race, but it would not surprise me if she turns out to be victorious.
All right. So, okay, we just got an update.
Notwithstanding the fact that Kate Lewis is also a very strong candidate in that constituency, but I believe Tessa may pull it off.
All right, let's go. Let's take a look at this constituency, guys. Let's take a look at the constituency of it's St. George Southeast.
Yeah.
Southeast. Gregory Bowen and Philip Tellersford.
Mm-hmm.
Gregory Bowen and Philip Tellersford is edging ahead. Well, he's been ahead. He's now at 2,087 to Gregory Bowen's 1,634.
Yeah, he's doing well, as expected.
Basinio Nicholas is at 32 votes, and Chuckley is at 3 votes. All right. So Philip Tellersford is at 2,000 votes. Now they're 69. This is 69. St. Andrews South is 69% of the total votes. The total valid votes, 69% of the polling division counted right now, and it's at almost about 900 or so. Yeah, if you could do the math. So Philip Tellersford is leading.
No, he's pretty much ahead, and to be expected based on canvassing work done, based on his house-to-house activity. He's expected to win that convincingly.
Yes, someone says, what about St. David? We want to see St. David, and let's go St. David. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing in St. David.
How about St. Andrew Northwest?
St. Andrew Northwest. Let's take a look at St. Andrew Northwest. St. Andrew Northwest. St. Andrew Northwest.
That's Gloria Thomas.
All right. Gloria Thomas. 1,777 to NDC is at 1,777 to NNP 1,897.
It's close.
Yeah. So far, it's close.
It's close.
And we up at 39.54% of the total votes cast. 39.54% of the total. So 39.54. So it's still early times.
It's still early times, but Delma is a strong candidate, has always been, and but Gloria, as a new entrant, she has been gaining significant grounds. You see, we have to understand that all these candidates came onto the scene recently. Yeah? From October, they came onto the scene, or some of them even later than that. So they had a lot of catching up to do, and so far I'm quite impressed with their progress, all of them.
Right, absolutely. Guys, you're watching Right along live. This is election night in Grenada. You know what I'm going to do right now? We're going to open up the phone lines a bit because I know that there are a lot of people that's watching us right now, and they want to chat with us. Hey, big up to Michael Vincent. He just sent me a video in New York. Michael Vincent and the whole crew in New York. They're watching us on a big screen. They're cooking all kind of food, barbecue. Big up all yourself in New York. Michael Vincent and the crew. Jerry Hopkins is here as well. Big up yourself, Jerry Hopkins. Thanks for coming and checking us out. Yeah, we're not having as much fun as Michael Vincent and them in New York. They have barbecue on the grill. Barbecue on the grill. Anyway, guys, we're taking your call right now. If you want to call in and tell us what you think so far, we're going to open up the phone lines right now. 718-701-5720. That's 718-701-5720. In fact, this person called even before I open up the line. So give me a quick second. Let me pull you in. 718-701-5720. Give us a quick second. You're watching Right Along Live. All right, caller, you live. Where are you calling us from? Hey, sir.
Good night, Grenada, Carrico, and Picky Magnet.
How are you doing?
Well, I'm happy to be. I'm good. This is prophecy fulfilled.
Yes.
I told you that, and I'm happy to be. I'm happy to be the first caller.
Yes.
All I can say, this is the win for Grenada, Carrico, and Picky Magnet. We would not be gloating. It's a time for unity. It's a time to rebuild Grenada. It's a time to transform Grenada. Tonight, I'm taking out my political hat. And I'm putting on my national pride hat. I'm putting on my patriotic hat.
Okay.
And we're ready to transform the world.
Thank you, caller. Okay? Thank you, caller. Thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate you. All right.
You're welcome.
All right. All right, let's go back into the poll. Let's see from my assistant. What's going on? What's happening now? What's happening now, guys? We still okay. There's no current update. I'll take another call right now. Caller, you are live. Where you're calling us from? Caller? Hello? Hey, go right ahead. Where you calling us from?
Yes, the race is not yet finished. I'm calling from Grenada. I'm actually on work.
Yes.
The race is not yet finished, but I want to tell my people to keep strong. We're not yet to the finish line, but I'm confident that we, the NBC, are going to pull through this thing, and we are going to pull through this thing clearly. All right, so keep on yourself strong, and we're going to be victorious. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Junior, let me mention at this time that the NDC will be celebrating over at we're going to be celebrating. We're going to be celebrating because this is an occasion to celebrate. Win or lose, this is an occasion to celebrate for Grenada. At Redgate and later moving on to Lasages. Either or. This is a moment for Grenada to celebrate.
Okay, I got you. So a celebration, guys. They're planning a celebration here. Let's go back to the caller really quickly. Caller, live, where are you calling us from?
Hi, Junior, New York.
Hey, New York.
Queens, New York. I just wanted to say I'm so... Hello?
Yes, go right ahead, Queens, New York.
Queens, New York. I just want to say I'm so proud of Grenadians for turning out in their numbers and going out to vote. I am so proud of those people, especially from St. Patrick's, where I'm from. Andal and Cornwall and everybody who came out and vote NDCI.
All right.
This is the time for change, and we got the change that we want.
Hey, no time to celebrate yet. We're still looking at the polls. All right, we're still counting the polls.
It's coming, Junior.
We're still counting the numbers. All right, let's go back to the polls. Let's go back to the polls. Thank you so much, caller. Thank you so much. Let's go back to the polls, guys. Let's see what the numbers are looking like. Okay, we're going to take a look at St. John's. Guys, hold the calls for a quick second. We got to go back to the poll. Let's go back to St. John's and see what's happening in St. John's. St. John's right now, guys. All right. So we're at 1990 NDC to 1999. NNP just took the lead there. Mr. Dabrio just took the lead in St. John's by 9 votes. And the total, hold on, let me see total, 31%. 31%, all right? 31%, and we're waiting a few more polling stations before that is called. All right? All right. All right, let's take a look at the tongue of St. George. Take a look at the tongue of St. George. Right now, the tongue of St. George. Tongue of St. George, the tongue of St. George. You know who, let's mic up, where's Clement? He left?
Clement? No, he's not here.
Yeah, I wanna find out from Clement. Let's mic Clement. Yeah, let's mic up Clement and let's find. So let's go to the tongue of St. George. Let's go to the tongue of St. George, guys. Bear with me. The tongue of St. George. All right, the tongue of St. George right now. Claudette Joseph is at 11:18 to Peter David 13:29. Still close, very 20.5%. Really, really, really close. It's still early times. Yeah, it's still early times. And while we do that, I want to jump to the phone lines. We have a caller on the line. Caller, live. Where are you calling us from? Hello? All right, caller. Again, 718-701-5720. This is election night in Grenada. Guys. This is going to be a long night. Yeah, this is going to be, you guys are going to be around with us for a long while. I want to pick up Missy Chrissy, and she is managing the broadcast here. Pick up yourself, Missy. Broadcast. All right, let's jump back to the phone lines. Caller, live. Where are you calling us from?
Hi, Mikey. I'm calling from New York.
No, this is Junior George.
Brooklyn
Say it again. What's the name? Junior George.
Yeah, I wouldn't get my carnival costume, boy. I'm so sorry. This is Hazel.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good.
I'm just holding strong in New York, drinking my punch of creamer from Grenada, holding strong that knowing that tomorrow morning is going to be a change in Grenada, a change for the better. Congratulations, because I know there will be an opposition in the House. Thank you, Mikey.
It's Junior George. All right, we have Tobias Clement back with us. Mr. Clement, we are at a point in time right now where people are celebrating. Mr. Tobias, is it too late to be celebrating? Like,
no, when you say too, you mean is it too early? No,
yeah, early. Is it too early for them to be celebrating?
It is not too early.
Fix your headphone there. It's squeezing on your shirt.
Okay. Hold on. Wait. Yeah. You have to go to the back.
Yeah, no. Yeah, put it to the back.
All
right.
Yeah.
Great, thanks. All right, we're going to look at St. George's South in a quick bit. Let's look at St. George's South where we get the mic sorted out there. St. George South. South what? Southeast. Let's look at St. George Southeast. That is St. George Southeast.
And Chelmsford.
All right. Chelmsford is at 2,087. 2,087 to 1,634. Hold on. Look at this, guys. Now, a lot of people are actually saying that this race should be called. I don't know if anybody already called this race, but it is too early to call because as far as what we see, we only see 30%. There's 30% of the votes in, and let me see, it is too early to call. It's just too early to call. And we're gonna keep a look at this. This is one to watch. All right. So let's go back to Mr. Clement. Mr. Clement. All right. Is it too early for Mr. Forrester to be talking about celebration and all this fanfare? I hear people have crowd all over in those areas.
To answer your question, I do not think so, because I mean, when you look at the turnout and you look at the numbers where they are going, and let the testimony be that of not Tobias Clement, but be that of the Grenadian people.
Yeah.
And they have spoken loud and clear. And if you look at the trend, you might have seen that the number of voters that show up to vote at the polls that supported NNP was less than before. It means, therefore, that the possibility is very, very high that NNP is going to lose the election, and maybe we will have just a new government in Grenada tomorrow, God's willing.
Well, based on our work, based on canvassing and the fact that there was a very high turnout, the high turnout factor is in favor of the NDC.
Always.
And I am anticipating we could be looking at a 8-7 or 9-6 in favor of the NDC.
NDC.
So it's not too early to plan the celebrations.
Right. It's not too early. I mean, you got to give, because look at it, now that you're seeing the numbers are coming in with an NNP machinery, and the numbers are not even close. I mean, they're not close numbers.
Yeah.
So some
There's
of them
some
can
wide
be,
margins.
there are some wide margins, and you don't want to say who'd have thought, but you see that coming from a distance.
Yeah, and I just did the math in terms of the trajectory of, and I'll go back to the ride along poll, right? I'll go back to the ride along poll. As much as some people don't like to talk about the ride along poll.
Well, you could go to the school children poll.
The school children poll. The school children poll first.
Yeah, the school children poll. Yeah.
So let me tell you, my son reported to me that they did election on Wednesday. And NDC won, that is in St. Mary's.
Yeah.
And he says to me, well, Daddy, I mean, everybody was celebrating, the kids were.
Yeah.
And consistently over the years,
That has been
the
very clear indication.
Because the kids probably go with the sentiments of the parents.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so you could go to ride along pool now.
The kids poll are correct.
No. If the trajectory, if it continues, if the numbers, hold on, guys. Numbers continue to look as how it's looking right now, it's exactly the prediction in terms of percentage that I saw in our ride along poll. And let me stress that last election we did the same poll in terms of the NNP and the NDC, and the NNP won every single seat, as was predicted by our ride along poll. So it looks, if the numbers continue to go as it is going right now, the poll is actually correct. Right? But it's still early times. Let's go back to the poll and see what's happening right now.
I mean, I think right now where I am, I'm ready to go.
Celebrate.
Hold on. Let's go to the poll. Before we go back to the poll, let me go to the call. This call has been on for a long time. Caller, live. Sorry, where are you calling us from?
Hi, I'm calling from Florida.
Florida. Go right ahead. Go right ahead, Florida.
Yes, hi. I just wanted to congratulate Mr. Deacon on a job well done. We are patiently waiting these results, and we hope it's going to be in our favor.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, caller. All right, let's go back to the poll. Thank you, caller. Thank you for calling. Thank you, Florida. All right, let's go.
Florida, Grenada, Florida.
Florida. Oh, yes. Grenada. Yeah, there's a Florida in Grenada. All right, let's go back to the poll right now, guys. All right, where should we look? Guys? Where should we look? Let's take a look.
How about still nothing from St. David?
All right, nothing from St. David's. Nothing from St. David at the moment.
And any update on St. Andrew Northwest with Gloria and Delma?
St. Andrew Northwest. Let's take a look at St. Andrew's Northwest. All right, Tessa is at 1573.
No, Gloria.
Oh, Gloria. Sorry, Northwest. Sorry. Northwest. All right. Okay, the NDC is, all right, 1777. And Delma is at 1897.
Pretty close.
Pretty close still. Let's go to the call.
What's the percentage of votes?
The total percentage of votes is 39%. Still early time, guys. Still early time. Let's go to the phone lines. Calling live. Where are you calling us from?
Hi, Junior.
Hi, how are you? Where are you calling us from?
Calling from New York.
New York. How are you doing, New York?
New York is good. I'm just looking and see what's going on. So, how things looking?
Well, have you been watching? Yeah, I mean, it's a lot to tell. There's a lot. I mean, we've been on for a good couple hours. But the total trajectory, we have Mr. Terry Forrester here, and they're canvassing is saying that they might secure somewhat of a 9-6 victory.
Wow.
And that is preliminary. That is very preliminary. The race has not been called at all. All right.
Southwest. So what happened to Yolanda Bain? How is she looking?
Let me take a look. Let me take a look right now at St. Andrews. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. What? Where you want me to look? St. Andrews Northwest. Hello.
Northwest is Gloria.
Yeah. Hello, caller. Okay. Caller listening to us on the phone line. Guys, when you call, remember, listen to us on the phone and not on the TV, okay? Don't listen to us on the TV. All right, where to look now? All right, let's take a look, guys. Let's take a look. Let's take a St. George's Northeast. Oh yeah. Okay, St. George Northeast. Yeah. So is it safe to say, and Mr. Clement and Mr. Forrester, is it safe to say that that race could be called?
What's the percentage you have there so far of votes?
All right, we're seeing. Okay, so 3,000. Ron Redhead is at 3,055 to 1,820.
Yeah, and
26%. Still early.
Still early, but that's
still early,
a pretty tidy margin.
That is a lengthy margin, and a lot of people was projecting that seat for the NDC in Ron Redhead. With that gap, let's see if within the next couple hours, if Nimrod could close up the gap a little bit more. But the numbers are coming in again. He just amassed a few more votes. Okay, that just came in. They just updated. Let's look at Carriacou, guys. Well, let's look at Carriacou and Petit Martinique again. All right, Carriacou and Petit Martinique. Tevin is in the lead, 1,653 to 1,577. Tevin is in a slight lead. But let's keep in mind, last election, how close was the last election, Terry?
Yeah, Carriacou was pretty close.
One or
just
two
about
something.
100 something.
Yeah,
just
very
under
close.
200 votes. So it's still pretty close to call. Although Tevin is favored to be the winner there, based on his canvassing and based on his work. But based on the percentage of votes counted, it's a little bit early to call.
Yeah, still too early.
Because that margin is not so very wide.
Yeah. All right, guys, we're getting some updates, experiencing some. Okay, all right, cool. Let's jump back to the phone lines right now. Caller A Live, where are you calling us from?
Yes, Junior, I was speaking to you a minute ago from New York.
Yeah, but listen, hold on. 1 second. Turn down your television and listen to us on the phone line. Don't listen to us on the TV.
Okay.
Right. Okay, so go ahead.
I was speaking to you a while ago and I was asking about St. Andrews Southwest, which cover Union, Munich, Ladigue, under Yolande.
Right.
And that's one. And another thing I wanted to say is that wherever these fall, I'll be happy, but I'm glad that Grenadians and let them politicians know that they to serve the people, and when they stop serving, the people have the right to put them out. So for Grenadians, cheers to you. Whoever you go, but the politician has to know the people will always be in charge.
Yeah.
Thank you, Junior. Good job.
Thank you. Okay, so let me give you the update on that race. St. Andrews Southwest. By the way, I want to big up everyone. I want to big up everyone in St. Andrews Southwest. This is my constituency. Union, Richmond, the Blando, that area, the Pasture, Ladigue. That's my area. Big up all yourself. I had to big them up. 1938 NDC. There's Mr. Andrew, Lennox Andrew, to 1,537. Keep in mind, guys, that it is still early times. 28% of the votes counted at in time. Nevertheless, NDC is in the lead. We got a caller on the line. Caller. Okay, let me take that other caller here. Caller live, where are you calling us from? Hello? Hello? All right. All right, guys. So, Mr. Clement, talk to me. Talk to me. Like, what's happening here? Did the machine work? Did the machine didn't work? Like, what worked? What worked then? What worked then that didn't work now? What happened?
What then that did not work now? And you would see that in many instances, the voter turnout for NNP was not there. Or even if it was there, they may have switch votes too. So you have the demographic of the youth vote, and people really turn out seriously and vote in large numbers for NDC. So at the end of the day, will we have 23,000 to 33,000? Maybe not. You will see that NNP numbers may have fallen. Just 5,000 is enough. And you would have seen NDC probably at the end of the day might have covered about 29, 30,000. And that could make a whole lot of a difference. And this is what is taking place now. I mean, in the whole scheme of things, now that you have this big aging in the population, what is it in NNP that would attract young people to NNP? I mean, you have to ask the question. Did we miss the boat somewhere? I think, yes, they did miss the boat somewhere. And so they forget that the Grenada population under 35 years old.
Well, 65% is under 35.
Well, there you go. And what do you have in store for them?
Yeah.
The same old. I mean, when you're talking change and you're talking development, people are looking. You have social media now, so you can't fool people anymore with this here, this there, and what the crumbs falling off the table. No, not anymore.
I think the 20,000 which did not vote last election may have come out in significant numbers this election, and that would have been in favor of the NDC. Coupled with the fact that I think that there has been a national swing over in favor to the NDC overall. So at the end of it all, when you tabulate all the figures, you would see a significant drop in support for the NNP.
All right, so let's go into one of our reporter. She is stationed at the NDC camp. We got Janice. Janice, could you hear us? Hello, Janice, could you hear us? Janice, could you hear us? All right, Janice is situating herself. Janice, could you hear us? All right, let's go to Grenville. Janice will come back to you. Let's go to Grenville and see what's happening in Grenville right now. Okay, is this Grenville? Amdel, are you? Tell us where you're at right now. Amdel, are you there?
The parliamentary representative, Lennox Andrews' office. They're about wrapping up. So I'm going to speak to the campaign manager, Mr. Willen Clark.
It seemed like a jubilant atmosphere there in the St. Andrews office. Okay, let's go to Granance. Let's go to Granance. Janice, are you hearing us? Janice, are you hearing us? All right, Janice is trying to figure out her connection there in Granance. She's over by Andy Williams' headquarters, and they somehow wrapping up there in a jubilant type atmosphere, and we await all the other. No seat has been called. I wonder what team to check this. Has any? All right, which one is that? Okay, national. Let's take a look at the national. Let's take a look at the national results, guys. Let's take a look at the national results. All right, let's take a look at the national results right now. In the national results, NDC is leading by 25,250 votes to NNP 24,795. That's in the national poll. Right? 25,270 to 24,795. NDC is leading. Right. Okay. So let's look down to the smaller numbers. I tell you, we have so many teams here working and making sure that we look at everything. So let's crunch down the numbers a bit, guys. Let's crunch down the numbers a bit. In Carriacou, we have Tevin at 16,153, NNP at 1,577. In St. Andrews Southeast, we have NDC at 1,660 to NNP 1,893. In St. Andrews Southwest, NDC 1,938 to NNP 1,536. In St. Andrews Northeast, NNP is leading 1,895 to 1,573. In St. Andrews Northwest, NNP is leading by 1,897 to NC 1,777. And again, this is on the national page. Total number of votes counted at this time, guys, 50,282. 50,282. Guys, right about now, we're going to take a quick commercial break and come right back to you. Election night in Grenada. This is Junior George and the whole team. We're going to take a quick commercial break and come right back. Don't move.
After 2 years, we are back.
We want we own carnival. We want we own carnival.
One stage, over 20 entertainers, all the elements of mass. It all comes to life.
Jab not working on Juve.
Lava Man and friends, I am Mass. Limited early bird tickets are $30, regular tickets $45, VIP $300, more at the door. Get your tickets now. Tickets available at gotofed.com or all your regular box offices. Gates open 11 p.m. The ultimate mass experience. It's more paint, more powder, more mass. And after, it's the breakfast. Stay tuned for more details.
Chicks Export Limited, Toronto, Canada. Shipping barrels and other cargo to Grenada in 3 weeks, including custom clearing and home delivery to anywhere in Grenada. They source, purchase, and ship new and used anything. Call or WhatsApp Eric, aka Greens, on 416-569-9755. That's 416-569-9755. Check us out on Facebook at Green Chicks Export or email us at greenchicksexport@gmail.com.
Welcome back, guys. We have
right now. Amador, can you hear me? All right, we're gonna let's go to Janice, who's in Grenada. Janice, are you hearing me?
Yes, I am hearing you loud and clear.
Great, Janice, where are you right now, Janice?
I am in the camp. You know what? I have a nice lady here, and she is going to introduce herself, and she's going to tell you exactly where we are.
Good night, everybody. My name is Janelle Redhead. We are in the lovely constituency of St. George's Northeast, which is run by or was contested by the candidate for NDC, Ron Redhead, which is my brother, and I am his campaign manager.
Okay, fantastic. But you didn't say what your name was.
I did. My name is Janelle Redhead.
Oh, Janelle Redhead. Well, folks, those of you in the diaspora, those of you watching us on social media, Facebook, whichever media you're looking at, you're listening to us locally, there's a lot of excitement. We literally had to lock ourselves inside of a room so we can hear ourselves. Folks, there is, has the seat been officially declared?
Not officially. We're still waiting on a couple polling stations to come in. But most likely, and what it looks like, it's safe to say that we're looking towards victory.
In terms of the last set of numbers you received, how much in front was Ron?
He was about 52 points in front of the
52 points, and about how many points are you expecting to win?
Let's say about 60.
About 60.
Yes.
So 60 more votes.
Correct.
And Ron can be declared. Well, I'll tell you what, as far as the campaign is concerned, as far as the people who have been putting the boots on the ground and doing the hard work, as far as they're concerned, Ron has already won.
Yes, because
what are your thoughts?
My thoughts are, I just want to say thank you to the team. They were exceptionally great. They worked with us, hot sun, rain, hard hours. I just want to thank you to them really much. My expectations is that within probably next half an hour or so, we should be able to declare, and Ron will be officially the parliamentary representative for the area of St. George's Northeast.
What, in your opinion, gave Ron the edge over his rival?
That's an interesting question. I'll choose to answer it this way. Ron is actually from the constituency. Our family lines, ties, everything is from this constituency, right? We grew up, our dad, our grandparents, everybody grew up from this constituency. So they already are aware of the family lineage, of the family history, who we are, what we did, what the previous family did, and how they would have developed the constituency, how they worked with the persons. So it wasn't hard for Ron to be able to market and sell himself, right? Also, I think the whole idea as Ron being new and a newness to the constituency and wanting to give the representation that we believe that the constituency was lacking for the last 4.5, 5 years, right? Ron showed that commitment in the Senate when he was there for 2018 to 2020. He would have showed that commitment. He was normally called a champion, the people's senator. That alone would have propelled him into being, or where we are today, on the road to victory.
Oh my God, you couldn't put it any better. Folks, the excitement, the passion, it is palpable. Like I said before, we had to literally lock ourselves into a room so that we can hear ourselves. The folks outside, there is about 30, 40, 50, they're waving flags on the street. Vehicles are passing and blowing their horns. There is excitement in the air, folks, as the campaign manager here says, Ron is expected to win. I have a very important analyst sitting in the room here. She doesn't want to come on camera. I would love to hear something from you, Gail Purcell. If you can just poke your head in for 1 minute. Come on over here, Gail. Get in here. Get in here. How has it been for you?
Oh, it's been incredible working with this team.
Right. And what exactly was your role in all of this?
Jack of all trades.
Yes. Would you consider yourself a strategist?
Those strategists working along and keeping everything moving, making sure that we were on target, focusing on what we had to focus on, getting every crack in the whip when we had to get going. I call myself the whip cracker.
Yes, exactly. And I tell you what, folks, I understand exactly what's going on here. Gail is here. She's crunching. She's sober. She's keeping things together. She's not allowing herself to get all jubilant until the bell has
Final number is counted. Final number is counted. I mean, I'm very confident Ron has put in the work.
Yes.
He's a son of this constituency. Mm-hmm. He's a humble soul, and I think people really see that in him once you get to meet Ron.
Yes.
To meet Ron is to love Ron. Yes. And it wasn't difficult for him to get out in the constituency, get to know people, And once people get to know him, they knew there was a representative and the right choice.
They knew that he was real.
Yes,
Yes.
they knew that he
So
was real.
we're not surprised at the outcome. Right. We're extremely happy, and as Janelle said, the team worked really hard.
All right.
And we're just proud. It's really a proud moment.
Well, guys, congratulations. And our folks in the diaspora, they are happy. I've been getting phone calls all day. People wanted me to give them updates. And I'm saying, guys, I can only talk about the work on the ground. I can't talk about results. I was not an indoor agent, but I'm sure you guys are glued to your television sets, to everything. You're excited about what's happening here in Grenada. So right now, we're going to take it back into the studios of Ride Along.
Thank you so much, Janice, over there in Grenada, in at the headquarters, Ron headquarters. There, we got Jerry Hopkins, who just joined us at our HQ right here. Jerry, how are you doing, my brother? Welcome.
Welcome to you and all of the viewers and listeners. A pleasant good election day evening to you. Junior, this is looking good from my perspective, and also objectively speaking, we can say that Grenadians have are choosing substance over hype, because many people thought it was going to be more of the same. Some people thought so, but obviously the NDC ran a very constructive campaign based on substance, capably led by Dickon Mitchell and his entire team of candidates. And we are seeing the numbers telling us the story. And Terry, the numbers are saying a lot of what we can expect.
I think so. But let us see what finally Junior comes up with there now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special announcement, and it's not a declaration. But it is a massive announcement. We're waiting on St. David for the longest while. Since we started, we got no data from St. David. Now, with 27.66% of the poll counted, Dickon Mitchell is in the lead by over 600 votes, right? It's 1,697 to 1,025. Again, it is early in the game. Calm down. It's early in the game. The NDC folks, Dickon Mitchell is in the lead at 1,697. Right? So this is an announcement that just came in, just refresh. Mr. Forrester, is it something that you anticipated?
Yes, indeed. That was indeed anticipated. As a matter of fact, as I see the numbers progressing now, it's giving us more and more comfort, and I would up the game from 8 to now 9 in favor of the NDC. That is my prediction on it, on the basis of the numbers that I'm seeing so far. And my prediction would be Carriacou. Then you have Southwest St. Andrew. That's with Toes, Lennox, Andrew.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, predicting St. David with Dickon Mitchell. I'm predicting St. George Northeast, Ron Redhead. Also St. George Southeast with Philip Telesford. St. George South, St. John, St. Patrick East and West. That is my prediction for the time being, which puts the NDC at 9. Notwithstanding the early numbers, but I see a trend developing.
Right, and safely said that all the constituencies that you just counted, NDC is in the lead in all the constituency that you just quoted right there. Amandel, are you there? She is someplace in St. Andrews. Give us an update. Where are you? Amandel, are you hearing us?
Yes, I'm hearing you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go right ahead. Where are you? Just a lot of noise. Amanda, where are you? Hi guys, we're not here in Mondale. Steve Central Station in Grenville. Making a route inside of the various campaign offices there in Grenville. Again, guys, it's election night in Grenada. We go back to our correspondent Jerry and Mr. Terry Forrester.
Yes, Junior, I'm going along with Terry's prediction here in terms of where the numbers, what we are seeing with the numbers now. However, I think we could also safely, based on the canvassing, made such a prediction for those constituencies. But you know, it all depends on what happens on election day. And this morning, when I saw the numbers, I spent some time in St. Andrews earlier visiting some of the polling stations. And then I made my way down the east coast, what was happening in St. David's into the south. I voted in the south myself. And all of the polling stations were reporting that throughout the day, the numbers were constant. People were coming in to
Very
vote.
high turnout.
Yeah, very high turnout. And generally, in the history of the Westminster parliamentary style elections, administration. And what exactly
It would not surprise me when the overall count is made that we probably had about maybe a 90% turnout from the 87,000. It would not surprise me. It's indeed a very high turnout nationally. Junior, I am putting a question mark for the Thomas and George with Claudia Joseph. Close race, but I'm putting a question mark which will then bring the NDC up to. I'm putting it on Claudia Joseph. See how it turns out.
We're going to open up the phone lines again, guys. There's an opportunity to call in and chat with us live. We're looking at the polls, we're looking at the numbers as it comes in live, and this is your opportunity to chat with us live. 718-701-5720, 718-701-5720 with our team all over Grenada. Blondell is at the Lennox Andrews office where people, as you can see, happy mode, they're jubilant. Those are the folks that worked on the campaign, and they're okay. A lot of noise. All right, I got you. You're right. Sorry about that, guys. The background noise. I got you. Yeah, they are happy. They are excited. They seem to be taking in the moment and enjoying themselves. They've been on this campaign for the past couple weeks and months, and they worked hard. So they are in celebration mode. All right, let's go to the phone lines and see who is calling us right now. 718-701-5720. Sorry for the feedback, guys. Sorry for the feedback. All right, sorry for the feedback. 718-701-5720. I'm hearing that St. David was called. Could anybody confirm this? I'm hearing that St. David was called for the NDC. Could anybody check this or confirm this? See what the other networks are saying. Yeah, we're looking at the numbers still. We're looking at the numbers still. So Mr. Forrester, you are claiming new territories. St. David's?
Yeah. Well, of course, St. David was, within the 9, but I'm also looking favorably at Claudia Joseph, Thomas and George.
All right, so let's take a look at St. David.
Let's see how Thomas and George is progressing.
All right, let me check. Keep talking. Let me check this. Keep talking. Let me check this. I have to check these numbers here. All right, so we're not going to call. We're not going to call St. David as yet. With 24.39% of the polls reporting, Deacon Mitchell is at 2,406 to 1,438.
That's about a 1,000 lead already.
Yes.
And based on canvassing data, he's going to continue with that
pattern.
That spread is going to continue.
All right. So we're already starting to hear noise, guys. we're in St. George and we start hearing people on the street, and that's indicative. I remember last election, I was substation someplace over here, and at this time we started to hear people out on the street.
was on the road.
People was already out on the street.
They were there very early.
Oh yeah, trucks were on the street already. DJs blasting.
Yeah. So what worked? What worked this election? I asked Toby that. What worked this election for NDC that didn't work last election?
I believe a number of factors. One, it's a brand new team. And two, Deacon Mitchell, he has proven to be a political leader of great substance in Grenada. I think he has, surprised the nation to transform himself from being a quiet commercial attorney to a very vigorous, strong-fighting political leader. And I think he somehow instilled this confidence and into his team. And the hard work indeed paid off. In addition to which, it was difficult for the New National Party to bore holes at the NDC team. I think the only thing that Dr. Mitchell had probably criticized was Deacon's dress wear, which really was a joke.
And he gave him a couple of nicknames too.
Plus some nicknames which didn't work in his favor.
Backfired.
Yeah.
So all in all, plus the national swing, people want change. They're looking for something new. They're looking for betterment. They had been fed up with the false promises over the years. They've been fed up with the large national debt, which 30 to 35, almost 40% is as a result of poor, bad financial planning, financial decisions taken. And when you consider the foreign investors who have ripped off Grenada, and all of these debts has been piled onto the national debt, people had become very concerned about this and keep wondering when would these people be brought to justice.
Yeah.
And that, I believe, played a significant role in the whole mindset of the Grenadian people.
Let's go now to Ron Redhead headquarters. We have Ron Redhead right now. Janice with Ron Redhead. Janice, go right ahead. Janice, we can't hear you. All right, stand by, guys. We're going to connect with, all right. Go ahead, Janice.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you now. Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Saying good evening to your viewers once again. We are here at Ron Redhead's headquarters, and earlier you said it was in Grandence. It's actually located in the community of Mungay. So let's get Ron in the. Let's see, gotta get you. This way. We got you sent off the camera. So Ron, how are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling humbled and honored to have won the seat. I want to dedicate this victory certainly first and foremost to God and my father in particular, an excellent soldier of the working people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. And it is a humbling experience to have to be in a position now to follow in his footsteps of representing people now in an official capacity. Essentially, it is a proud moment, and it augurs well not just for myself, but the wider young people, a group of young people in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique, to be one of the youngest members of parliament, certainly for St. George Northeast, and by extension, Grenada, Carriacou, Petit Martinique. So Tevin also, I would like to congratulate him personally, because I believe that this victory in particular was a triumph and an overcoming of what he had to endure in the past. I would like to congratulate my team. We were led by women, and essentially it showed that women can lead in the political arena in a serious way. My sister, my campaign manager, my PR consultant, a very good friend of mine and my boss, actually. So I just want to say how proud I am generally to my mom, the support from family, everyone. It has been a very humbling experience thus far, and satisfying at the end that we were able to win, and such at an extreme margin.
All right. Tell me about the people in the community. Is there any particular individuals in the community that you felt was instrumental in helping you to this victory?
I think by and large, everyone, the encouragement, the support, and even in some instances, the critique which was critical for my own improvement. I take, for example, the young men who are just living down the road from by my area. They would always say, make sure I come around and don't just pass, but make sure you interact and you engage. This was critical. It was important. It meant, therefore, that I was listening to the people ultimately. And here is the result of listening to the people. And the result certainly has showed that they had favored that interest. So far, the preliminary count we are looking at, I'm very tired, I do apologize for that, but the preliminary count that we are looking at seems to favor the National Democratic Congress government. And now it's time to put our shoulders to the wheel and to get the job done. We need to bring the change and transform Grenada for the vast majority, not just a few.
You are going to be a minister of government. Have you digested that?
Well, I think it is a big responsibility, but as with everything, we have seen that big things come in small packages, and despite I am young, I am going to triumph, and whatever area that I am going to be placed to serve, I embrace it, and I will do the best of my ability to ensure that we do good on our commitment to and for the people.
Ride Along is a platform that engages a lot of people, both locally and internationally, and the rest of the Caribbean. And I know for a fact that places like Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, the rest of the Eastern Caribbean, North America, as far away as Eastern nations, they've been engaged in this election as you cannot even imagine. Could you look at the cameras and say something to these people who've been vying for you, they've been fighting for you, they've been emptying their wallets, it's been grassroots.
Yes.
Say something to these
Right,
people.
and specifically, this campaign has been essentially a grassroots campaign. We did not take from any businessman or any, kind of big donor. We dealt specifically with grassroots, family, and Northeast connection, which was good. And by and large, the diaspora served and played a very pivotal role in my own campaign and has always contributed, by and large, to the National Democratic Congress. This is something that we are very much proud of, and we hold high esteem to the people in the diaspora. With us, certainly the diaspora community will have a friend, and we will ensure that we improve the conditions to get them involved and participating in the decision-making process of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique in a serious way.
Ron, I thank you so much. I know you're exhausted, you're tired. The people, they need you. The folks that have worked hear a lot from you. We'll be seeing a lot from you. We wish you all the best. Godspeed, my brother. Blessed love. So, folks, again, you just heard it from Mr. Ron Redhead, and it looks as if he is on his way to winning. In fact, he has already won, not officially, but he has already won the seat as far as the numbers are concerned. We now go right back to Ride Along.
Thank you so much, Janice. Great work over there for the entire time. We have Colin Campbell that was also out there working the lines with you. We appreciate you. Janice, I'm hearing, before you go, Janice, could you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Right. I'm hearing cars in passing my area. I'm hearing horns. I'm hearing celebration. Is people out on the street yet in your area?
People are out on the street in front of the building. Cars are driving up and down. They are tooting. They are getting ready to have a little party. In fact, I spoke to the folks in Grandlands recently, and they are on their way up to Lassages. So, Junior, I am sad you're stuck in your studio, but my God, everybody seems to be getting into cars and heading up to Lassages. There's going to be quite a celebration, quite a party up there in Lassages. So what myself and Cullen will do is probably drive around to a few more locations and talk to a few people. And after that, we ourselves might be heading up to Lassages for that celebration. I can't miss it. Not for anything. Not for all the tea in China, Junior.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Great job. And kudos to Colin Campbell as well, doing camera work. We'll catch you guys over there when you get to Lassages, all right?
Okay.
Jerry Hopkins and Terry Forrester, you guys are still here. We have officially, it has not yet officially been declared, but it looks as it's a wrap.
Well, Junior, I believe I may had predicted not too long ago that 8 seats will come to the NDC, or in fact 9. And I believe at the end of the day, we may be very well looking at 10 seats. So if we can go to the tongue of St. George to get an update there, I will refresh my prediction.
Well, while we're waiting for that, Junior,
yes,
let me say something. First of all, let me congratulate Ron Redhead on what does seem to be clearly a win for him and his all the folks who voted for him in that constituency, St. George's Northeast. Going back a bit to what the question you asked about, what's responsible for this shift, for this difference we are seeing in results here compared to 2018. Part of it, besides what my brother here shared, Dickon, of course, is a capable, brilliant, caring, listening kind of leader, a servant leader who gave people a new reason to, a new sense of hope and a new reason to become engaged. But I think a big part of the results we are seeing here is how the NDC candidates altogether made it their duty to engage with constituents, with voters. And Deacon led by example in doing that with the town hall meetings, where for the first time you may say, I mean, during the time period of the revolution, the PRG, we had the village council style of engagement, but not to this extent where you would have a leader would come and would explain to you, present what it is, what the plans are, the programs and the various initiatives, and then ask you to give your feedback, to ask questions. And it really made a difference. Would you say so, Terry?
Absolutely so indeed. The people felt connected, involved. They felt part of this campaign, and that their messages, their recommendations, suggestions were taken on board.
Exactly.
So they felt as though this was their election to win.
And he did that all the way down to the address he gave to the nation on Monday. Someone asked a question, I remember, and the person made a suggestion there. And it was something we dealt with to some extent in other parts of the manifesto. But the person also had some very good ideas to share, and he welcomed that and made it obvious that it is something that would be considered as well.
Yeah.
And that is the kind of leadership we need in Grenada. If we are going to move forward, first of all, we need common sense approaches to resolving problems, problem-solving approach, a problem-solving approach. And that has been his approach, listening, caring, being brilliant, and taking big steps to change the problems that exist.
Absolutely so indeed. And I mean, the presentation of the manifesto, that was really a brilliant presentation indeed. And people felt at ease to relate to the manifesto. And they somewhat felt is that engagement and the fact that that manifesto has great possibilities for Grenada. And once it is implemented, even if it's 40% of it implemented within the first term, that would be a great accomplishment for Grenada.
And I'm happy, Julia, that we saw that at no point during the campaign did the leadership of the NDC stoop or bend to the level of getting into the mud and the name calling and all of that was happening in their direction from the other side. Stayed on point, stayed on the issues, focused on what it is we would like to do to move Grenada forward. And kept it at a level where people can see that there is some substance to it and there's a reason to believe in it, and we can make this happen. And always being concerned about all, moving, not leaving anyone behind, always making it a point to say this is for all of Grenada.
Absolutely so indeed.
Yeah, let's take a quick, we got to go to Lennox. Sorry, Lennox Andrew. I'm blurred. Oh, it's picked now. Yeah, Lennox Andrew. I'm see we have Amandel there. Are you hearing us? Lennox Andrew. Yeah, Lennox Andrew, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you just fine.
Right,
We can hear you just fine.
Yeah, sorry guys for the quality, but I'm here, Mr. Lennox Andrew, and well, things have wrapped up in the office so far. Mr. Andrew, take it away.
I want to say special thanks to the Almighty for giving us the strength and the health and of course the wealth to lead that fight.
When you move, it goes
Special
up.
thanks to my management team, on behalf of Ian Clark, Jackie Alexis, Aslam Charles, Mary Williams, and Miss Abraham, and a special thanks to my family, my wife, and my two daughters, Chingungi and Jahwe, who were always with me and gave me the motivation and the strength and had the understanding that I had to arrive to the night. And a special thanks to the people of Southwest who have demonstrated that confidence and trust in me, and who have given me the opportunity to serve them, and which I plan to do with dignity, with pride, and to create a society that is just, that is fair, where the opportunities are available to all to be what they want to be.
All right, Mr. Andrew. So it's been quite an interesting few weeks. Walk us through your processes and maybe some of the things that you want to see, some of the things that was spoken about that we will see coming into fruition in the next.
The weeks of campaign were tense, they were intensive, but they were also very enjoyable, and they were motivating, and they were very much stimulating. And every day, as I go out on mornings, take some rest at midday, and return to the streets of Southwest on afternoons, I got a sense that I was doing something good, that people were quite happy with what I was doing. And I got that motivation, that sense of happiness from the encouragement I received from the people, from the welcoming words, from the words of advice, from the gladness that they showed in knowing that I have given myself to that special task, and from the great expectations that they had in seeing me as somebody who can design and prepare and implement projects and programs and policies that are beneficial to our country and to our people and to every single Grenadian, wherever he or she may be, at home or abroad. And therefore, I am indeed profoundly grateful for this opportunity. It is perhaps the most or the greatest achievement in my life, and I will make the best use of it, and making the best use of it simply means fulfilling and representing the people wherever I may go, at home and abroad. Whether I am addressing the IMF or the World Bank or the Caribbean Development Bank, when I go seeking funding for our projects, for our development program, my hope is to represent them and make Grenada and Grenadians proud, so that we can be proud as a nation, as a people, and that wherever we go, we feel proud and happy to say, I am a Grenadian.
All right, so it's been a rough day. What's next for tonight in terms of, well, the race isn't finished as yet. You know, we're still tallying. What's next for you and your team?
While we will spend some time celebrating as is expected, as is normal, our minds are already focused on the task that is before us. I mean, this victory is the end of one journey, but is the start of another long, hard, enduring journey to come. And we have prepared ourselves mentally and physically and academically with a strong commitment, because we already have our manifesto outlined relative to the plans and projects and programs that we plan to implement. So our job is to work with alacrity, almost immediately after that celebration, to fulfill the needs of our people and to satisfy the needs of our people and to fulfill the promises that we have made to the population during the election campaign.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andrew.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was Mr. Lennox Andrew and his team. Victory for Lennox Andrew. Jerry and Terry, I saw an interview with the Prime Minister earlier today, right? And I mean, if you were characterizing him and looking at him, he looked a little bit defeated. He looked as if he was somehow worried. It seemed. He said, "Well, we might lose a couple seats." He admitted that we lose a couple seats, and when he said that, I mean, he didn't have that confidence as he previously did. Did the Prime Minister see the writing on the wall?
Well, he would have seen it sometime now. And he is someone who believes in the science. And if the polls, were giving him certain indicators, he would have known very early that he was going to be in some sort of defeat position. So it was just showing on his demeanor that, he was depressed, feeling like a defeatist. And I'm not surprised, because the hard work put in by the NDC candidates were indicating that a victory was going to be not a very large victory, but certainly with 9 or 10. We're always looking between 9 and 10. This is why I'm still looking in the balance for the Tongue of St. George.
But, Terry, I think that is true. But I also think that maybe the Prime Minister thought that if they spent enough money and did enough to bring people on board with the big concerts and the hundreds of thousands of dollars that they spent trying to attract, reach out, connect with the youths, with the Morgan heritage and the conscience and the popcorn and all of that.
Plus the ice cream and cake.
Yes, yeah. But it is apparent that the people did feast themselves a bit on that, but that wasn't enough to convince them that they had something that they could count on and follow through with and vote for. And so the people at the end, apparently the people are prevailing here in terms of wanting what's better for Grenada, in terms of a message, in terms of a plan, an agenda for change, a transformative agenda for change. And I think that's what we're seeing here. Something I want to mention before I forget, because I wanted to mention it earlier, the fact that many things made it difficult for people to register properly for this election. There were many attempts to suppress the vote, you may say, throughout this. Offices not being open on time, not being open at all in some constituencies when there should be. The fact that the election was called in such a way that folks only had 1 day left to register to vote. All of that, plus all the big spending, and still we are seeing these results. That tells you something. The people were ready for change, and they saw something they could believe in, coming from Dickon Mitchell and the rest of his team, the NDC team.
Indeed, that the team indeed is a transformative team, and the results are now showing for the hard work which Dickon led with his team in being victorious. And the numbers are still coming in. Let us see how they pan out. I will be most pleased if we go up to 11. But
Terry.
But 9 or 10, that would be great. 11 would be a bonus.
Nothing is wrong with having an opposition. It's healthy for Westminster-style democracy to have an opposition.
Of course, but my congratulations to Ron Redhead and to Toes Lennox Andrew.
Certainly.
And they will make great ministers of government.
Let me say congratulations to Toes as well. By the way, I used to vote in Toes' constituency before I relocated to Lansopine. So I spent some time up there today,
great,
and then later on in the south to see what's going on. But Junior, I'm so happy that you're doing this as well, this coverage here, and having people spread around the country, picking up on what's happening in the live constituencies where people are buzzing. So this is really good. Thank you to Ride Along as well for giving us this coverage.
Absolutely. Let's go to the phone line. We got someone on the phone line right now. Let's go to the phone line. Let's go to the phone line. Hello?
Yeah, hi Junior. I'm looking at some other station and they start calling wins, calling out seats like declaring out seats. Can you speak on about the declaring of seats if we have seats declaring already? That's one. And number two, in your broadcast, I know it's an election and everybody is in election mood. Please remember to say after the election, we are all one Grenadian because that is important. It's not a green party and a yellow party anymore. We are Grenadians and we must remember that. Thanks.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much, caller. And yeah, and that is right. At the end of the day, at the end of the day, guys, we are one Grenada. We are one Grenada. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take a look at the declaration because we have our dashboard that we have to full up and compile with data and information. So Jerry and Terry, if you guys could just keep the conversation going for the meantime, and let me get all the seats that was officially declared.
I'll just react to what this caller just said there, and it is a hallmark of the NDC's message to Grenada has always been that no one will be left behind. This is about all of Grenada, whether you've supported the yellow or the green or the red or whichever party, we must move forward together. That's the only way we can do it.
Absolutely so indeed. Tomorrow, it's going to be Grenadians.
Exactly.
Not yellow or green, Grenadians. And I think Dickon Mitchell has expressed this and embraced this
repeatedly
throughout the campaign. And the candidates themselves, they have equally embraced and really spoken to that message. It is one Grenada, it is one government for the people, by the people.
And that is why they have often repeatedly assured folks that, hey, those of you who think that you are benefiting from a certain program, be that Imani or Seed, and that it's NNP program. Mind you, it's not. It's the government of Grenada, and it belongs to all of the people of Grenada, and it's taxpayers' money that has been financing these programs. But one of the things that the NDC candidates went out of their way to assure voters and the people of Grenada is that those programs will be enhanced, and nothing will be discontinued. You will be taken care of as a Grenadian, as an individual, as a citizen. So I think no one should be concerned or worried that anyone will be left behind.
Well, I am actually pleased with the skills training component that has been expressed, especially with the Imani program. Adding a skills attachment to it, I think would be wonderful for the young people, get them trained, because as you know, we are still having serious challenges with respect to obtaining skilled workforce.
And we need that so badly.
Development,
if you would like to have an economy that's more productive and that is catering to the needs of the people and keeping up with the times, we have to train people in new areas, and some of the traditional skill sets, trades, as well as the more modern, making use of new technology, IT, etc. And repeatedly, PL Deacon Mitchell referenced New Law as a model, an example of a program that has worked for the young people of Grenada. And I'm happy that they are adding that dimension to the Imani program, which in a way is looking boring, you may say, to some extent, from the practice and what's been working for NULO, and adding value to what NULO is about. So I think all in all, the youths of Grenada will benefit. The Grenadian people in general would benefit from all that would be happening going forward in terms of transformative development.
Absolutely. In addition to which, the political leader had referenced the fact that the world is moving away now from industrialization to AI, artificial intelligence. And certainly young people will benefit significantly on this new wave into the future. Training, of course, will be, something that certainly has to be embarked upon almost immediately, to access the opportunities of artificial intelligence and what it brings to our community, to our Grenada.
Terry, I think this will be a good juncture to remind our viewers and listeners of some of the high points in terms of commitment that the the NDC as a party, through its leader, has made to the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and PD Martinique. One, payment of pension. And NDC-led government will honor the Constitution and the ruling of the High Court on the payment of pensions. Two, twice monthly salary payments. The NDC-led government will pay public servants twice per month to assist in addressing cash flow challenges and to increase the volume of business transactions in the economy. We will, and that is the NDC speaking, collaborate with the private sector to standardize this practice for the rest of the country. Three, national minimum wage. An NDC-led government will undertake a collaborative review of wages with the private and labor sectors to raise the minimum wage. Four, construction of a modern hospital. The NDC government will construct, in collaboration with St. George's University, a new modern public hospital with teaching facilities as the centerpiece to the development of education, health, and wellness sector. And it goes on. There will be an introduction of a national health insurance scheme and fund. Also, there would be the construction of 500 plus high quality Grenadian styled family homes. They would create and facilitate access to housing that will increase sustainability substantially, the number of Grenadian families who own and live in their own homes. Special priority will be given to satisfying the housing demand for people in the lowest income bracket and youth. And finally, free education up to time to see, a major one here. The NDC would guarantee free universal education up to community college with a strong focus on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, the STEM. And while doing that, as Terry mentioned, not forgetting skills training, that would come in as another aspect of education as well.
Absolutely, so indeed. So based on what you have just expressed, what you have just read as part of the manifesto, that in fact resonated wonderfully, especially with the young population and the not so young population, because it is simple, easy to understand, realistic, achievable.
Certainly.
And I believe the population basically gravitated to that particular manifesto and the message.
And that pension and gratuity issue, the whole question of, the naysayers, the reactionaries will say, where will the money come from? And I really appreciated the explanation that was given. Listen, there are soft loans available that we can get from friendly government. There are grants we can get from. We've gotten it before. Where did we get the 200 million to pay off WRB in less than no time? Exactly. If we could do it for them, why can't we do it for public servants? So we can do that. Besides that, we do collect taxes. We still do. We do it every month. And besides that, the economy with the new initiatives, new programs there will be increased productivity, which would generate more revenue and more monies to be collected by government. So it would be a stimulus, you may say, to the economy. It would be an infusion of monies that would circulate in the economy, and government will get back a good chunk of it, up to 15% in VAT, for example, and other taxes. So all in all, it augurs well for the future of Grenada with this kind of approach to moving Grenada forward.
In addition to which, you would be pleasantly surprised to know that IMF World Bank will be much more favorable to the new government than the outgoing government. When you consider the fact that the history of the NNP under Dr. Keith Mitchell, hundreds of American citizens suffered with respect to investors who came to this country, ripped them off.
Offshore banking.
Ripped them off. And to date, it is about 30 to 40% of our national debt represents all these losses.
That's right. That's certainly a factor.
They certainly have not closed their eyes to this situation. On the First Bank, FIB, over $200 million is lost.
That's right.
US, a lot of American citizens suffered as a result of that. The shrimp farm, $52.4 million. Again, a lot of, US citizens lost their monies.
We do need to shore up and improve and enhance standards in terms of transparency, in terms of accountability, and having clearly articulated guidelines on how things should be done. Do no due diligence in all of these areas as well to make things run in a way that's viable and trustworthy.
Well, the new reputation that Grenada is going to send now to the rest of the world, you would find that there would be much more cooperation coming from friendly governments to assist this new administration. An administration that comes in under a very clean and clear background.
That's right.
Is almost starting off fresh with no impediments, with no allegations over their heads. So they, in my opinion, will be given significant assistance by friendly administrations.
And I'm certain that the CBI program would be cleaned up. There will be more transparency there. For example, right now, Grenadians do not know who's coming in, who is going out, how much monies are being collected. None of it is made available as public information to the people.
But what is important under the CBI, there was an amendment to the legislation which allows for funds to be kept outside of Grenada. This is why the shrimp farm guys were able to snatch away $52.4 million because they were allowed to bank these monies outside of Grenada.
You have to change that.
Rather than banking it in Grenada and have a double signature to the account where your permanent secretary in finance signs off and the other party signs off. And before the PS signs off, it must collaborate with cabinet decisions.
Why would the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister allow that?
Big question. There are more answers or more questions than answers. Yep. Why would he allow such to occur?
So we have some cleaning up to do.
A lot of cleaning.
And the good things that were being done, we're going to continue with that.
Absolutely.
And that is one thing the NDC is certain about. The NDC, this NDC administration, and all NDC administrations have always been certain to carry on with something that's good, that's working for the good of the people and enhancing, not putting it on the back burner, as happened with the UE, University of the West Indies Campus in Hope project, as happened with the Teaching Hospital project, which was earmarked for Calivini. And folks, you know, twice before when the NDC administration took office, they met a blacklisted economy, bankrupt economy, and had to stabilize that before they could really start moving forward. I hope that this will not be the case this time around, but whatever the case is, I'm confident that this NDC administration has competent people on board who will make use of the learned people, the trained and experienced people we have in the Ministry of Finance, and will not hire committees from all over to come to deal with our domestic problems. I'm certain that the problems, whatever problems we encounter, whatever challenges we encounter, we'll have homegrown Grenadian solutions to those problems.
Absolutely so indeed, because why do we need a committee to review a court judgment which has been handed down by a learned judge? Why do you need to go into the expense of appointing a committee? I mean, having a retired judge to participate on such a committee, he's of extreme high standing in the region. He certainly ain't going to come, you know, just because he likes you.
Some people say that maybe was a way to build coalition. It's a way to pass some money out to some buddies, some friends, let them have something to share in the pie so that they may bring their people over to vote for the NNP. That has been articulated out there as maybe one reason why, or just to stall the process so that people will come and vote anyway to re-elect. And after the election, we come and we say, you know what, we ain't paying the pension.
But that was one of the things that, in my opinion, caused some great hurt for Dr. Mitchell and the NNP.
Significantly. They were
because one,
tone deaf.
The measure of trust, I don't think the union leaders really trusted at this point in time any words from Dr. Mitchell.
Not after that MOU from 2018.
Precisely so indeed.
And they all boom.
Yeah. And two, to have kind of put a slap in the face of the judge. Here it is. A judge has made a ruling, and you are saying that you need a committee to review the ruling? Yeah, I mean, this is total disrespect to the judge.
And essentially, that was the third time that the High Court has ruled in that manner, saying that the Disqualification Act basically is not constitutional. The law, the Pension Act, is in effect.
Yep.
Respect it, honor it, uphold it, execute.
Very simple. In addition to all this, Jerry, as you know, millions and millions of dollars is still to be paid to Grenadians and also companies, organizations whom the government has gone to court with and lost. It means that this new administration would have to have a really strong team to now approach these individuals and try to seek some sort of settlement that would be in the interests of Grenada.
Oh, yeah. And I'm certain that would be done in a balanced way.
Dipcon Engineering from Trinidad. The judgment is $21 million. I'm certain government has not paid that. And it would be respectful that the new administration approaches these individuals and really negotiate in a manner that we can get some form of discount. You see, in life it is best if you approach these individuals and let them know what the time of day is and do a little bit of begging.
I have no concerns or reservations whatsoever that these matters won't be handled properly.
All right, guys, let's take a quick spin down to Janice, and Janice is on the ground. Janice, where are you?
Junior, I am down here at the Andy Williams camp. People are excited. I'm sure you hear it in the background. His fans are here. The people who have worked tirelessly to make this come to fruition, they are here. They're having a Kodak moment. They all want to take pictures with him. But I was able to get Andy all by myself for a couple of minutes. Andy, you want to say anything to the audience, the ride-along audience, to Junior George, his panel up there, and of course the people in the diaspora. We have a set of excited people who are in the diaspora, people sitting in Florida, people sitting in Orlando, North Florida, you name it, New York, Brooklyn, the people in Brooklyn, the New York chapter. These people have digged deep into their pockets. They've emptied their wallets. This campaign has been grassroots, more or less. And Andy, today you have survived. Not only have you survived to fight another day, but you have won. You have won, Andy. You are going to be a parliamentary representative. Has that already sank in?
Not as yet, but I want to say thanks to everyone who believed in me, who supported me, and who, put, the all behind me, right? This is not about me right now. It is about the people, right? And I'm always for the people. And I just want to say that I will give genuine representation, and my style will be about the people. And we have to bring back the whole energy to the South, bring back the South to where it was before. This is what the mission will be. And by doing so, we will get everyone involved. Everyone, we will get the participation and just a love and a unity, And just to bring back the whole community spirit in the South, we have to get that back. The youths, the elderly, everyone. And listen, this is just a start. We will carry the seat for the next 10, 15, 20, 30 years because we will do what we have to do. For the people. For the people.
About unity.
Unity.
You talk about unity. There's a lot of people, obviously, that did not support Andy Williams and his campaign.
Right.
We don't know what their rationale is, but they did not.
Right.
What do you have to say to these people?
Well,
because they are looking.
Right.
And we spoke about bringing the people together.
Right.
The NDC's message has been one of unity and so forth. What
Right.
can you say to those people?
No, for me, this is not about NMP and NDC. It's about country. Even today when I went to the polling division and I saw the people from the other side, which is the NMP, I was greeting them, I was smiling with them, I was hugging them, because I understand how things go. So it's not about hate right now, it's about love, bringing people together. And listen, I want Day to come on my camp too, to even make my camp stronger, So it's about not about party, but it's about country, and we are going to put country first in everything that we do.
Andy, one of the things I heard you say is that you had to start your campaign from scratch.
Yeah.
There was nothing to build from.
No.
And so do you anticipate that you would continue to build your structure.
Yes.
So that come the next 4 or 5 years, you would have something that is solid. So that when your workers, when your campaign begins the cycle again, they are more ready.
Yes, because when we started, we just started from scratch everything. We had a canvas from start, everything from start, right? Now that we have the information, we have a start that we can go forward to for the next time, right? You know, so basically we have a base right now. I forgot what I was going to say, still I was going to say, but I forgot. Anyway, so we have a base right now that we can start with, you know, and we will keep moving forward and keep pressing on.
But you know what? You can afford to forget anything right now. You have worked hard.
Right.
You have worked hard. Sleepless nights. This
Right.
has not been an easy battle.
Right.
And you have overcome. You have won. Is there anything you'd like to say to
Yes.
the people before we end
I want to
this?
thank my campaign manager, my campaign team, the branch executives, and the canvassers, everyone who was involved. Janice, I want to thank you also, right? I want to thank every single one who was involved because I know it's, you know, it's like, listen, I see it as a tree, right? A tree have branches. And when you put all the branches together and the stem together, it, you know, it creates a tree. So we are the branches and the stem, and you put us together and we have this, right? So, and also, I want to thank the people for standing up behind me too, right? It has been a lot of experience for me. I've heard rumors fly left, right, and center, and I've said, you know what, Andy, I'm not going to respond to it. Because responding to rumors cannot help the single mother who is suffering, cannot help the young man who is unemployed. We have to be thinking positive and listen. We have to change the scope of politics in Grenada. Stop the hate. Stop the victimization. And let's encourage other young people to want to get involved in politics too, right? This is what we need. Barack Obama inspired me. Moy Bishop inspired me. I want to inspire someone else. And also, I want to thank my leader, Deacon Mitchell. He did this in 8 months. In 8 months, he did this, right? And it was all the candidates by himself, and he took his time. And I am proud of him. This is a man that I look up to, and I know. I mean, I haven't seen the final results yet, but once we get into office, I know that we will be an example, not only to Grenada, but to the Caribbean on a whole. So I look forward to great things.
All right.
Yes.
Well, Andy, listen, I can talk with you for the rest of the night, but you have to go. There's a lot of excited fans and supporters waiting for you.
Janice,
So
let me just give Andy the headphone for a bit. Give him the headphone. Give him the headphone.
Junior wants to speak with you for a moment. Yes.
Let's see.
Hello?
Andy, my brother.
Hi, Junior.
Yes, listen.
Hold on, eh?
What I want to tell you, yes.
Come back.
So guys, so we're live here. It's election night in Grenada.
Right.
Andy is live in campaign headquarters, projected to be the winner. Andy, so what I have to say to you is we came out of a terrible, I would say a terrible election period.
Yeah.
The population is separated. I don't want to ask you any specific question. More or less, I want to tell you this. Your task ahead, the NDC task ahead, is to unite Grenadians under one umbrella. Whether you're from the diaspora, whether you're locally here in Grenada, no matter where you are, the task, the mandate that was given to you is to unify Grenadians all over the world. And I want to congratulate you, but I'm also going to hold your foot to the fire. I mean, right along, we'll make sure that the what you said that you will do, that you actually do, because we are for the people, right? So I just want to tell you this. Your mandate is to unify Grenadian, Caricunian, and Petit Martinican under one umbrella. And congratulations to you, my brother.
Well, Junior, let us...
Yeah. Now, Andy, we lost your audio for some reason. We lost your audio. If they could, we lost your connection, Janice, because I can't hear Andy. Probably you need to flip. Probably you got a call and it cut off or something like that. So let's see if we could get that back going, guys. We're chatting here with Andy, and he's at his headquarters. Terry, you were saying?
No, just saying that this is probably an opportunity to say congratulations to Andy on his hard work in the South. The team worked exceptionally well. The canvassing was night and day. And my congratulations to him. Great things are ahead for the South.
All right, let's go back. Andy, I think Andy is back again. Andy, are you here? Are you able to hear me? All right, Andy, let me know if you're hearing me. Are you hearing me? All right, we're waiting on Andy. Are you hearing me? Stand by, guys. They're fixing the visual and audio situation. Are you hearing me? Okay, he's not hearing me yet. All right. All right, guys. So here's an update. Here's an update, guys. This is our dashboard right now. We can safely project. Right Along Live could safely project NDC at 9 and NNP at 6 at this moment. Ladies and gentlemen, 8 is needed. 8 was needed to form the government. Currently, the NDC is at 9. All right, that's Right Along dashboard poll. We're going to keep updating it as the night go forward. Let's see if we could get back Andy. Dwight Sampson. Okay, cool. Yes. Let's also bring in Dwight Sampson, who is on the line as well. Dwight, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Junior. Good night.
Good night. Good night. Good night, Dwight. You watching this? You watch the whole election. How do you feel? What's your feedback? What's your reactions, sir?
Well, let me just first register my sincere congratulations to Prime Minister-elect Dickon Mitchell, to my MP in South St. George, Andy Williams, my very good friend, and to all of the other candidates. Karine, I'm really happy for Karine up in St. John's, and Lennox in St. Andrews, and so on and so forth. But let me also say good night to my good friend Terry and Jerry, who's in your studios. And Jerry and I would have worked. We had lots of long conversations during the campaign. I learned a lot. The gentleman has a lot of wisdom. But let me also say to the NNP team, the NNP camp, while this may be a victory for the NDC, we need to work together for the development of Grenada. Government is continuum. Nothing should stop. Everything should continue. People still have to go to work tomorrow. Well, that's if the Prime Minister-elect doesn't declare tomorrow, upon the advice of the Governor General, a holiday. So let's say Monday. We need to unite Grenada. We need to bring Grenada back together. And I think that is the first charge for Prime Minister-elect Dickon Mitchell, and his team, to unite Grenada, and to put aside the petty politics, the partisan politics, and to deal with the matters of governance in our country. I think we anticipate and look forward to the new government delivering on its task. I don't think any Grenadian should ever question or be in doubt. Dickon Mitchell took over the NDC on 1st November 2021. We are in June 23rd, 2022. That is 8 months. And for you to take a party coming from 2 defeats, 15-0 defeats at the poll, and bring them to a 9-seat victory in the parliament. Now, I don't know how much more. That is Guinness Book of Records of history. And I believe if this has happened, it says a lot about the man or Prime Minister-elect. It says a lot about his cabinet and how hard they would have worked over the past few months. Let me also say, Junior, before I end on this note, a very hearty congratulations to Johnson Lacrette and to Quince Britton. Those 2 constituencies were always considered the constituencies that belong to the NNP. Well, NNP got a wake-up call in this election. It may not be so next election. Quince, for the very first time in 23 years or so, would have amassed more than 500 votes at the poll. The gentleman almost at 1,000 votes, which is just about 400 and so short of the incumbent. Jonathan Lacrette was able to beat Ali Dowden's both records at the poll, amassing over 700 votes. While they may not have been victorious at the seat, I believe that they were victorious in the effort. and we must give them sincere congratulations
Okay.
because they worked hard. I do believe if Jonathan Lacroix had run in any other seat, he would have been tonight on the winning end. It just shows, and this is a word to the Prime Minister elect Mitchell again, Dickon Mitchell, that you need to pump serious resources into these constituencies to change the minds of the people and to show them that the NDC is actually caring, that the NDC government wants them to be a part of the transformation process, and that they are not at all.
I'm on the program.
Yes, thank you, Dwight Sampson out there, and thanks for the support, the media support, feeding us the information and keeping updated and working hard. You've been really working hard throughout this whole campaign, Dwight. We thank you so much. Jerry Hopkins and Terry Forrester is still in studio here with us. They probably want to chat with you as well.
Certainly, Dwight, everything you said there is spot on. And thank you for the acknowledgement. And thank you for all that you did as well, especially helping in the area of social media. You're a guru, man. You're a boss. Thank you so much. And I like what you said. I like what you said about Jonathan Lacroix and Quince Britton. Those two young brothers, they made their mark. They made their mark, and they have a future in Grenada, in the NDC, and in the political landscape of Grenada. I'm not afraid of that. I'm confident of that.
Well, let me just echo the sentiments here expressed by Jerry, and to thank you for your contribution. You've been formidable at what you do. And I would want to see Jonathan Lacroix being a senator and to hold a portfolio in a ministry. The guy is powerful. And indeed, for Quince Britton.
Definitely. But let me also say,
I'm not going as far. You see, Terry, I with all due respect, I'm leaving it to the PL to make those decisions. But whatever happens, I know that those brothers are going to be a part of the future of the NDC and of the political landscape in Grenada. And brother, thank you for all that you're doing and keep doing it. You may not be on island, but your heart and your soul is very much here, and we could tell that from the evidence of your work.
Yes, definitely. And let me just say that I want to also extend my heartfelt congratulations to Ron Medhead and Kieran James. They came from senatorial positions to now sit in the lower house of parliament. No, I mean, again, that is Guinness Book of Record. I mean, these two young people, Kieran will be the youngest parliamentarian in the Commonwealth. That's a record that Grenada had before, and we are regaining it again. And I mean, I'm so proud of them. They have put in their work. They have done what was required of them, and they were able to sway voters in their direction, and they came out strong. I mean, and also to Cornwall in St. Patrick's East. I honestly, that is one of the seats that surprised me the most. I believe that he had a lot of work to do, but he has put in the work. And he has worked hard. And I think the victory is well deserved. And I just want to, on the lighter side of things, Uncle Jerry, let me just say to Grenadians, listen to me. Lennox Toast Andrews is in the parliament. You don't have to worry about late salaries. He will take care of that for you.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed.
We have some video here that I want to show you. A very emotional video, and it's live right now. Tevin Andrew, he was victorious in this election, and he has a live going on right now. It's very emotional. He's actually in tears. If I could pull that in, where he was crying earlier. He was just on screen crying. Now, Tevin is a brother that I've seen working for him since last election. And Tevin never stopped working. Tevin continued to work. And I know that it's probably a very emotional time for him. And he was just on there expressing his gratitude to to everyone that voted for him there in Carriacou. The video just ended, but probably I'll be able to pull it up again for you guys. Again, guys, election night in Grenada. This is our projection at the moment. We could safely project that NDC will form the next government. All right, we could safely project at this time, guys. This is our dashboard. This is our dashboard. We can safely project a 9-6 victory in favor of the NDC. A 9-6 victory in favor of the NDC at the moment, which would safely take the NDC over the edge, over the top to form the next government. The new Prime Minister, Deacon Mitchell. And what's the plans, Terry? What's the plans after all of this? Tomorrow, tonight?
Well, first of all, Junior, I gave you the prediction half an hour ago. You laughed. I told you we definitely ate 7, but I reviewed it and I said to you 9-6. And there is a strong likelihood we may go to 10. And you were all smiles.
Yeah. Terry, you know why I was smiling, Terry? You know why I was smiling? You acted a little bit there like those countries that was going and take land. You were just taking land and you keep taking more.
I gave you quite clearly all the constituencies we are taking. It is because of the confidence of the work that was placed in these areas. And don't be surprised when the final count comes out. We may probably just capture just another one.
It's possible. It's very possible.
I have a strong feeling the Thomas and George is still neck and neck after the final count is made.
And Terry, there's one thing I can bet on, that you would find that the margin of victory in terms of numbers at the constituency level might be wider this time around between the NDC and NNP than it was in 2018.
Yeah, in 2018, the variations weren't much.
Yeah, very narrow.
Something, 200. I think maximum was around 300 votes. So it was not very, very wide. Remember, NDC lost the 2018 election by just about 10,000 votes.
Correct.
And of course, 20,000 persons did not vote.
Correct.
Yeah.
This time around, that 20,000 came out.
But
exactly
the new voters.
But Terry,
they made the difference with the message from the NDC to now create this
Jerry, I have a question.
coupled with the hard work and leadership of the new NDC Prime Minister to be.
Yeah, well, that's primary to it. That's primary to it, and I'm happy to. It's what's best for Grenada, and it's not about politics as much as it is about solving the problems of the day.
Yes.
Fixing the problems and giving Grenadians hope and a way forward that would benefit all. Increase productivity, make better use of our human resource, regardless of your political affiliation, and really put criteria in place to ensure that everyone has an equal opportunity to move forward.
Indeed, and we certainly have to work hard immediately on knocking away this 40% unemployment among the youth.
Certainly.
This number is unacceptable. And
it's 40 plus, it's more than 40 now.
Yeah, between the 35 year and under. 40%, that's just too high. Plus the overall national unemployment rate is just unacceptable.
All right, hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. We have to go to Pearls, St. Andrew, where we have a team, a correspondent right there. Amandel, tell us where you are right now. Yeah. Amandel, are you there? Yeah. This is live from Pearl St. Andrews. There's a small celebration. There. We're seeing this all over Grenada. Small celebration happening. Now, I said something earlier. I want to just correct myself that It's only Parliament could officially declare. I said Dick Mitchell, the next Prime Minister, but it has not been officially declared. Right? We could say what's the correct term, Dwight?
Prime Minister elect.
Prime Minister elect. All right. Prime Minister elect. Okay. All right. All right, guys. This is a video that you're seeing on the screen right now of Pearls St. Andrews, a small celebration happening right now. At the same time, we got a caller on the phone line. Caller, where you calling us from?
I'm calling from New York.
New York.
Good afternoon, Junior.
How are you?
I'm listening to you for the entire evening, and I understand the congratulations to the winners. But I'm listening to Mr. Hopkins and the other person you have in the background, and I think they need to stop muddy the water. The NMP did bad things. Just leave it like that and stop stirring the pot about what they did and the stream factory. It's time to turn the page. Stop muddying the water. The election is come. Someone is projected a winner. Stop continuing muddying the water. Grenadians are Grenadians. That's why I said in the first time that we have to remember when the election comes, we have people that will continue stirring the hatred pot to boil over because they want a side. They need Mr. Hopkins, and then if you're speaking about election, let's speak about how we bring the people together and not what Keith Mitchell did with the stream farm. That's gone. That's gone. This is a new day for Grenada. Please stop that. Let's turn the page and speak about something positive. Thanks.
Junior, if we never recognize our history and our past, we will continue making the same mistakes. We must speak about the past so that we can correct the history in moving forward. But one ought not to dwell on the past.
Exactly.
But we need to recognize the past.
In fact, Junior, what I would say in response to that caller, with all due respect, we are not muddying the water. The water is already muddied. We have to clean the water. We have to filter and purify the water. That's what, and we are talking about how we are talking here about how we're going to move forward, what the programs are. That's why I took time to go through the list of things that we'll have to do. So maybe the sister only heard half of what I said and not the other half, selectively. But I did say we have things to do, we have work to do, and we cannot leave anyone behind. Did you hear that, sister? I said no one will be left behind, regardless of color or party affiliation. So please, hear the whole story.
If a people never remember the history, they continue making the same mistakes. Huh?
I mean, I know there are some who prefer that we say nothing about the wrongs of the past because they think the past is all good. The past is not all good. And the future may have mistakes too. But we have to acknowledge things as they are, be realistic, and move forward. And that's what we are talking about, moving forward. How we are going to move forward, what we need to do, and what the promises are, the plans are. Not just promises, but plans, concrete, solid plans that have been laid out. Please, I encourage all of our viewers and listeners to take a look at the NDC manifesto. You can find it on the website ndcgrenada.org, ndcgrenada.org. And while I'm here, may I take the liberty to share this as well. This campaign was a very expensive one. The NDC did not have as deep a purse or account as did the other party. And we are... There's lots of outstanding debts and bills to be paid, buses, etc. If you haven't donated as yet to the cause of democracy, to the cause of the NDC, please go to that very website, ndcgrenada.org, and consider leaving a donation there. There's a button for donations. I just had to take the liberty to do that. But we're talking about election results.
In addition to which, Jerry, the promises and the manifesto that has been presented by the NDC, it is the Grenadian people who are going to hold the new administration to account.
Every 3 months.
And it is the people's responsibility to point out where you did not achieve your goals.
Certainly. And I really like what Dickens said, that every 3 months, he's expecting every candidate to come back, go to your constituents and relate.
This has been our problem of the past, is that wrongdoings weren't dealt with immediately by the population.
That's right.
So one added on to the other, and we are where we are today.
You must account, and it must be transparent.
Of course, transparency.
All right, we have Dwight, who is still online. Dwight.
Yeah, I'm still here. Let me just add that in celebrating this victory, we must look at where the NNP have gone wrong, what they would have done wrong. We have to acknowledge that, and we have to acknowledge that for several reasons, to ensure that the incoming party, the incoming government, does not repeat the same mistake. And we have to acknowledge, right, that those were errors, and those are some of the things that would have led to the defeat or the demise of the NNP government. And so I do not agree with that caller at all. You know, there's no way I can agree, because when you look at this victory and what this says and what this tells for Grenadians, is a victory over mismanagement. It's a victory over victimization. It's a victory over project and wastefulness and the embarrassment that our country have felt on the regional and international level. But let me also add to this and say that tonight, I do believe that Imani workers can sleep well. I do believe that government workers can sleep well. And one of the reasons why they can do that is that they can come out tonight in Las Vegas, they can come out in Guam, they can come out in South St. George, or any part of Grenada, as a matter of fact, and boldly profess their affiliation to the National Democratic Congress and not worry that on Monday morning they're going to get some letter saying your contract has not been renewed or you're no longer employed with whatever ministry and left holding mass amounts of debts or won't be able to feed their children. This victory is a victory for Grenada. It's a victory for all of us. It's a victory against political instability in your workplace, your job. So we have to remind Grenadians of what this victory means. So I can't agree with this caller at all, because as I said to somebody just today, we've been having this conversation about big crowds for a while, and the conversation was not started by the National Democratic Congress. Never was. The conversation was started by the outgoing party. And I said to the person, I said, one of the reasons why at pocket meetings and small village meetings, you will find that there are a lot of people in green jerseys over persons in a yellow jersey. It's not that people don't support the opposition party, well, now the incoming government party, is that they are afraid to. They are afraid to because of what it means for them. This victory takes that fear away and gives them the assurity that their prime minister-elect is a prime minister who understands the people, who cares about the people. Because Dickon Mitchell could have left his law firm and come and do like every other political leader that has gone by, both on both sides of the opposition and government, both the NNP and NDC, and he said, listen, I'm just going to campaign. But what he did, he came and he listened to the people. He came and he held town hall meetings. He had conversation with the people because he knew that he was the first time to the halls of politics, and he wanted to understand and feel the pulse of the people. Not some advisor telling him this is what the people want. Not saying out a gang of people to sit on the block and give people drinks and food, and then you come on the platform and tell them exactly what you heard on the block. No. He wanted to hear it from the people at the town hall meetings. And guess what? Now these town hall meetings become a part of the government agenda. They are going to happen every 3 months or so.
Exactly.
He promised us that. Yep. So guess what? More and more your concerns and your needs and your issues are going to be addressed. And they are going to be addressed in a manner that is equal and fair for who voted for NDC and who did not vote for NDC. Grenada, this...
And we'll all be better off as a result.
And we all be better off. This is a moment in history for all of us. I believe tonight, George Ignatius Brizan is smiling wherever he is.
Oh, yes.
Because
his structural adjustment
program that was a laugh in one of the recent elections has brought the NNP to where they are. And,
so Eric is smiling.
They built on that and used that build that George Ignatius Brizan, the foundation that he laid, they built on it. and use it and victimize the same people that he worked hard to give a better life. Tonight,
Certainly. PM Benjo is smiling too.
thank you. Tonight, he can rest.
Dwight, you're spot on.
Spot on indeed.
Guys, we are live here again, election night in Grenada, and we are looking at all the celebration that's happening right now. We're looking at, this is Corinne James. She's celebrating, big celebration right now. She's live on Facebook, and jubilant crowd. She's having a great time down there. Let me ask you guys this, because this is the first election where social media has been really pushed to the max. We saw a bit of it last election where, it was a taste of social media, but social media this time around was pushed to the max. How much of a impact, Terry, you think social media played from your perspective?
I think social media played a significant role in the victory of these elections for the National Democratic Congress. Social media is now part of our entire structure.
Certainly.
And as such, there's no turning back. It can only grow from strength to strength. And with artificial intelligence being something on the horizon as the next generation of young people whom will embrace artificial intelligence, then there's no turning back for it. So we got to get used to it. We got to embrace it. Those who are not yet with it needs to realize that this is the wave of the future, and there's no turning back.
Well, I can tell you this: the PRO of the NDC, Mr. Orlando Romain Kijana, he is 100% with it. I worked very closely with him, and Dwight knows what he's talking about when he talks about what had to be done. And so social media played a key role, and to all those who are part of that team with the NDC who contributed, I would like to say here, thank you as well for the work done in social media. We didn't have a budget as did the other side, but people with their hearts and minds and bodies into it for a cause volunteered their time and made a major difference. It touched on everything in terms of messaging the policies, the plans, giving folks information about where things are happening, where to be, events. It covers reacting and responding to things. Social media, all the various platforms have their audiences, and the youths especially are there. That's where you find them. And it works. It works.
The PR team played a significant role, led by Orlando Romain and his team, to help bring about this victory. There's no question about it. A lot of hours.
Let's not devote radio, though.
Oh, no, of course not.
And when it comes to radio, heartbeats, we have a new heartbeat. It's a new heartbeat. And Terry, you did an awesome job anchoring that. And but the entire production team, in Heartbeat worked really hard, immensely. And on the Heartbeat programming on Spice Capital Radio had its impact too. Vincent Roberts, Paul Roberts, and what's his name, Randall Robinson, and all the
entire team,
and the entire team there did their bits. So all came together, but understanding the importance of communication and media, I think the NDC has a deeper appreciation for that now more than ever.
Oh yes, absolutely. We can only get stronger on social media as we move forward.
Absolutely, absolutely. Guys, election night in Grenada. We are projecting, and as we projected earlier, the NNP, as projected, will form the new government, right? We are projecting
the NDC.
You see, I'm all tired. I've been standing here all for the whole evening. I've been standing here. Excuse me, pardon me. The NDC will form the new government. We project a 9 at this point. We are projecting at least a 9-6 majority for the NDC. From now, the celebration will continue. We're seeing stuff happening in La Sagesse. We're seeing people all over Carriacou. We're seeing folks in St. John's celebrating. And it's just a jubilant time in Grenada. Terry, tomorrow, what happens? Because I know the transitional period is not like in the United States where we have that transition period. How soon would we expect to see Prime Minister Deacon Mitchell?
Well, actually, I would expect him to so inform the Governor General, Her Excellency, of his victory and arrangements to be made to have him installed as the new Prime Minister. And certainly he, from there on, he shall, recommend his cabinet of ministers, whom will go to the Governor General and do the swearing in processes. So it will start from tomorrow.
Certainly. Transition time.
Yep. And of course, his transition team will help in that process in moving forward.
Fill in positions and so on.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes on.
I want to congratulate the NDC, but also this is a time for Grenadians to come together. No matter if you are on the NDC side or you're on the NNP side, it's a time for us to come together as one, right? And that's the mandate. And I look forward to Prime Minister-elect Deacon Mitchell making an announcement to bring people together. We are far past the campaign season, the silly season where family and friends are fighting and all the bickering. All of that should be done. Let us go forward as one Grenada. Let's jump to the phone. We got a call on the line. Caller, turn your background down, please, because I'm hearing the background feed. Turn your background down all the way. And listen to me on the phone line. Hello? 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 Listen, turn your background all the way down, and listen to me on the phone line. All right, okay. Caller got cold feet. All right, guys, so anything else we're gonna add? Because we're gonna wrap up this portion of the broadcast shortly, and then we will come back with the celebration from La Sagesse. We're gonna feed you that broadcast. Closing remarks, guys. Closing remarks, and also I got to thank the team in my closing remarks. So closing remarks, Mr. Forrester and Jerry Hopkins.
Well, thank you first of all, Jerry, for having me on your program here this evening. It was a pleasure for me to contribute. And my congratulations to Prime Minister-elect Deacon and his entire team. We all worked extremely hard to secure this victory. I think this is a victory for Grenada. I think this is a victory for all of us. And we all look forward to a new day, a new hope, a new journey, a new beginning in Grenada, where we all can feel comforted of the fact that this is now the new wave, and no one should feel victimized in any way whatsoever for expressing their rights as a human being under our Constitution. So again, congratulations to all, and also to you, Jerry, for the hard work that you have put in. Leaving New York and coming here certainly would have been no easy challenge. So my congratulations to you also. Look forward in celebrating.
Thank you. Junior, thank you to you for having me on here with Terry and the others. Of course, as you know, I'm no stranger to Ride Along. We go way back in this fraternity. And I just want to say the election is the voting is over. They are tallying the votes, tabulating. We know pretty much what the results look like. I look forward to the installation. And beyond that, I look forward to a coming together of the masses, of the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. And I look forward to balanced, capable, competent, transparent, accountable leadership of the leadership of Deacon Mitchell, along with the team of candidates, those who will form the government as cabinet members and every MP. And Deacon said something about how this would operate, which makes a lot of sense. MPs tend to disappear if they don't become ministers. No longer. Game changer. Deacon Mitchell will see to it that every MP has a budget so that he or she can deliver in his or her constituency and have some value, added value in terms of the representation that people can get from an MP. So it's not just about being a minister in the cabinet. You are MP, and that's an honorable job. It takes a lot and took a lot, and will continue to take a lot to deliver as an MP. And MP should have a budget to carry on the work of their representation. And I look forward to that. I look forward to all Grenadians, whether you've supported a green or red party or blue, or regardless to which one you continue to support. We can work together. We can make this happen. We can be more productive than we've been, and we can use the brilliant ideas, better initiatives to move Grenada forward. Maybe do it together. Diaspora must be integrally a part of this, because we are the 16th constituency.
Yes, indeed.
God bless to everyone. Thank you, Junior.
Thank you so much. And we also got Dwight still on the line. Dwight, quick wrap up.
Yes, Junior, thank you so much. Always having me on. You make me a celebrity. So now I'm going to go and get some training from Uncle Jerry to make sure that I do things right. But let me just say congratulations to Prime Minister-elect Dickon Mitchell and his new cabinet, the incoming government. You have fought a good fight. You have worked hard. Let me also say congratulations to Kate, to Delma, to Modeste, and all the others who would have retained their seats. It shows that you have worked, especially Kate. Kate, we have to admit you did work. And congratulations to you as well. Let this be a government of inclusion, and let's not oppose for opposing's sake. On to celebrations and last suggest. Have a good night. I'll be right back here on Ride Along sometime soon. Junior would always call on me, and we will continue to monitor and work. The work for us in the National Democratic Congress has only but now begun. We have a country to run. We have our communities to unite, and we have plenty of work to do. Good night. God bless you.
Junior, I'll be remiss. Thank you, Dwight. Junior, I'll be remiss if I also didn't specifically commend the representatives from the new opposition party, from the NNP, who won their seats, as mentioned by Dwight. Each one of them, I congratulate them as well, and I trust that they will work collaboratively with the new majority in Parliament.
Very well said.
Absolutely.
Indeed. My congratulations also.
Absolutely. I want to say a special thank you to our media team for working on this long and difficult day. It's really, I could not do it by myself. To my camera production crew lady, she has been awesome, amazing. I also have a few ladies on the side here. I don't know if you guys want to come and just say hi to the cameras. They like to stay behind the scene, but let me tell you something, man. Come and say hi. Come and say hi. The ladies have been providing us with information and data. Those are the team that have been providing us with information. And right here, look, Missy Chrissy, ladies, they manage the show. You guys manage the show. Thank you. 100, a million. Couldn't do it without you guys. Missy, thanks for the hard work. Homeboy right here, I gotta call up my home. Richardson, come on. You gotta come on. This guy, let me tell all you a quick story about this brother, right? So I told you guys I broke my computer, and this brother here rented me his computer. Otherwise, we would have not have any computer to do this live. He just lent me his computer for 4 days now. So every single ride along you've been seeing, that's his computer, because my computer is damaged. So I'd like to thank you so much, my brother. He didn't even hesitate. He just made it happen. Thank you so much. Say something.
It's a pleasure, man. It's a pleasure. If we don't share the love and show the love, what is this thing all about? What is it worth? Right? So it's all about one love. We are one people.
Yes.
And we might be in different places doing different things, but we have to come together to work together.
That's what I'm talking about.
Let me just say congratulations to Brother Deacon, man. We welcome you and we welcome your ideas, and we know that we will work together and do great things in this country, man. Grenada will move forward.
Thank you. Big up yourself. So you see, guys, it's a team effort. Now, back in New York, I have a producer, Lois JJ. She's the hardest working person in Ride Along. Thank you so much, Lois JJ. You were great, great, superb. The team here in New York City, guys, in Grenada and in New York City. Thank you guys so much. This is where we end on this live broadcast. We're going to continue in Last Suggest a little bit later. From all of our team here again at Ride Along, we say good night. See you guys later from Last Suggest.
After 2 years, we are back.
We want we own carnival. We want we own carnival.
One stage, over 20 entertainers, all the elements of mass. It all comes to life.
Jab not working on Juve.
Lava Man and friends, I am Mass. Limited early bird tickets of $30, regular tickets $45, VIP $300, more at the door. Get your tickets now. Tickets available at gotofed.com or all your regular box offices. Gates open 11 p.m. The ultimate mass experience. It's more paint, more powder, more mass. And after, it's the breakfast. Stay tuned for more details.
Chicks Export Limited, Toronto, Canada. Shipping barrels and other cargo to Grenada in 3 weeks, including custom clearing and home delivery to anywhere in Grenada. They source, purchase, and ship new and used anything. Call or WhatsApp Eric, aka Greens, on 416-569-9755. That's 416-569-9755. Check us out on Facebook at Green Chicks Export or email us at greenchicksexport@gmail.com.
If you play Monday Night Mass, guys, you got to play Monday Night Mass with Amazing Colors. Amazing Colors, the trilogy. Spice Mass 2022. Play Monday Night Mass with Amazing Colors. Also, guys, let me tell you about this. The third annual Miss Caribbean USA Summer Body Pageant. That's going to be on Sunday, the 26th of June. Yeah, it's going to be Sunday at the American Legion Hall. If you're in New York, you got to come out to this one. It will be an amazing event. Alma Boy, Mr. Killer, Keisha Martin, Mr. Lex, Dennis Belfont, and a whole lot more. It's the third annual Miss Caribbean USA Summer Body Pageant. I'm going to be there. I'm going to be hosting this event in New York. I want to see you guys there.
Williams Funeral Service serve you with dignity and compassion as you mourn. Every day, we embark on the journey of life, and one day, the journey will end. It's on that day that you can entrust the celebration of life of your loved ones to David Williams Funeral Service. Call 718-291-3823.
George from Ride Along Live, keeping you updated with everything happening in your world, from breaking news, election coverage, and a whole lot more. Now, do you have a business that you would like to market or advertise right here on our platform? Then give us a call at 718-701-5720 or inbox us right here on Ride Along Live. Take your business to the next level.
It's hard to imagine this is how 2020 started. But across the world, dozens were falling ill with a mysterious virus that would ultimately change life as we know it. Chinese health authorities are still working to identify the
The COVID-19 pandemic is now casting doubt over the 2021
As soon as it gets open, I can. 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 I'm tired, see you, man, need a.
Why you talking the job must pay? All you understand, job must play.
La, la. trouble. Just for showing causing trouble. Trouble, trouble,
You don't carry the fire that my ancestors have given to me. You merely adopted the job. I was born in it. This is job religion. Job religion. This is job